Much. And from Florida, with Steve Blass, I'm Tim Neverett. Again, the story today, Jeff Karstens, the second time he's been injured in spring training. He has got shoulder discomfort now. He had the biceps tendonitis before, Steve. This is a tough story as far as Jeff Karstens is concerned.
Yeah, tough for Jeff personally, of course, and it's tough for the Pirates starting rotation. That's the foundation of a baseball team. We were late in spring training. We thought at one time there was going to be competition for the 5th spot with Karstens in the number 4 spot, but now there are 2 opportunities for other players now that Jeff Karstens is down once again. It's been a tough road for Jeff to stay upright.
Jeff Karstens, the subject of our AGH injury update. Now, Chris LaRue gets the start. He's not a candidate to be a starter. Who are the candidates now to be the starters? It looks as though 3/5 of the starting rotation would be set.
Yeah, absolutely. AJ is a lock. Wandy's a lock. James McDonald is number 3. So 4 and 5 are going to be out of this group as it stands now. Again, there's a week left in spring training. You never know about a trade, but Gomez and Sanchez, kind of late additions to the heavy candidacy. We heard a lot about Locke and McPherson. Then Mazzaro, I don't know, maybe the least chance. But we'll wait and see how that plays out. And it's getting down to rug cutting time.
It certainly is. Just a few more days here in Florida before heading north. Opening day, April 1st. Chris LaRue gets the start today. He'll face left-hander Brian Mattis of the Baltimore Orioles. Final meeting of the spring between the Birds and the Bucks. Lineups and first pitch coming up from Bradenton. It's a bit of an overcast but breezy day here in Bradenton at McKechnie Field as the Pirates and the Baltimore Orioles get set for Grapefruit League action. Folks out on the boardwalk enjoying themselves, as we hope you will too, as we watch the Bucks and the Birds. Back here with Steve Blass. Steve, this has been such a good addition to the ballpark. Folks enjoying themselves today. Not too sunny. Sun's been breaking through the clouds here and there, but rather pleasant day to watch a ball game here at McKechnie.
Yeah, and somewhat of an offensive day, too, in that the wind is blowing straight out to the outfield, straight out. So you could see some bombs leaving McKechnie Field as Chris LaRue takes the mound. We thought it was going to be Jeff Carson's. That's been well documented on the pregame show, and we've all been talking about it. The problems that continue to plague Jeff Carson's, chapter and verse documented. And now it's all open for the 4th and 5th spots in the rotation. So stay tuned.
Buck Showalter and the Orioles are in town. This is the lineup for Baltimore. Alexei Casilla, the switch-hitting shortstop, will lead off. Ryan Flaherty, second base. Nolan Reimold will be the designated hitter. Wilson Bettamy, the third. Jason Pridey is in right field. Left fielder Trayvon Robinson. Travis Ishikawa, backup first baseman. Taylor Teagarden doing the catching. And the center fielder is Chris Dickerson. Chris LaRue not in the running to be a starter. Clint Hurdle telling me that prior to the game today. He was scheduled to pitch today anyway, so with Karstens out, LaRue just moves up. But he was a starter for Team Canada, and also a couple of off seasons ago was a starter in winter ball in the Dominican Republic.
Well, he has been spot clean during his times he's been on the mound here at spring training. Just 7 innings officially pitched, but just 1 run. He hasn't walked a batter. That's kind of been a real plus for him in his career. His resume shows exceptionally good control, so that's always a plus. And right now we've got him penciled into the bullpen. There are some positions to be filled in the pen too, so we'll stay tuned with that.
Defensively for the Pirates, Russell Martin doing the catching LaRue to start the game. Pedro Alvarez at third, John McDonald at shortstop. Neil Walker at second, Gabby Sanchez the first baseman. The outfield, Marte, McCutchen, and Tabata. Andrew McCutchen feeling better. He was scratched yesterday, had flu-like symptoms that kept him out of the game with the Red Sox in Fort Myers, but he is back and ready to go today. McCutchen hoping to heat up at the right time. Bit of a slow start average-wise. He's 7 out of 36 at the plate for a 194 average, but he does have a couple of home runs and 8 runs batted in, and still can track down most anything in the outfield.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought we'd get to opening day without flu-like symptoms, but this close, just a week away.
Just a week away.
That close.
The skipper, Clint Hurdle, and the Ray Series, the pitching coach, and the whole crew getting set to wrap up operations here in Florida within the next week. Clint will join us live during the 3rd inning. Talk about some of the surprises of camp and trying to cut down this roster, which is going to be a difficult thing to do.
Well, actually, the overview, Tim, it's been kind of a quiet camp, and that's okay. Not many headlines jumping out. Everybody's been able to get their work in, so that's all right. Many times I'll have a story, somebody's knocking the cover off the ball, or there's a trade or a major injury. So far, it's been okay.
Here's Alexei Casilla, former Minnesota Twin. First ball swinging, Walker charging. He'll have to hurry, and Casilla's aboard. He just could not get the handle on the baseball. And the Baltimore Orioles, the game's first base runner.
Yep, Neil had a long way to come in for this ball. Casilla has good speed. There it is. The throw, the arm and the wrist and the hand came out, but the ball stayed in the glove.
That'll be a base hit for Casilla, infield single. So he is aboard, and now Ryan Flaherty, the second baseman. Flaherty out of Vanderbilt, a teammate of Pedro Alvarez there. In fact, they're roommates here in spring training now. Sarasota, where the Orioles train, just a few minutes away, and that one got...
There's a cross up there.
Yeah, Martin crossed up by LaRue and down to second base safely, Casilla.
Yep. They were not on the same page on that one, and you never know who is the primary offender. Yeah, when the ball's not down in the dirt like that, it's normally charged up as a pass ball to the catcher. It's a secondary concern. The main is the guy got to second base.
And Flaherty takes inside for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. That first pitch, obviously, a ball. In case you're wondering.
I don't know. Didn't look too bad.
It did catch some plate, but it didn't catch any of the catcher's mitt. 2-0 to Flaherty. It's 3-0, and LaRue falling behind. LaRue, you'd figure, would be a guy who would head north with the ball club and have a bullpen role, which he fully expects. But Neil Huntington saying a little while ago that it's just too early to name anybody a lock for those bullpen spots, including LaRue. Flaherty cut and a miss at 3-0.
But it's a funny thing with all sports, not just baseball, not just Neil Huntington. Sometimes decisions are made and they just don't want to let you know. Simple as that. Other times it is legitimate and they have some things to figure out. That's the case most of the time. But there have been instances where decisions have already been made. So we'll wait and see when they get ready to tell us. And they find out what they want to do. So it's very possible in this scenario, especially with this Carson's thing, that they're not sure. But I know they weren't totally caught off guard with the ways Jeff's career has been so up and down with injuries. And now we got all kind of issues here in the top of the first inning. That little chop to second base, and the ball gets away from the catcher. Now we got to go over the signs again. Now that the runner's at second base.
From the pitcher's perspective, Steve, you figure you get a ground ball and you're thinking, okay, that's a good way to start, but then you see how the play ends.
Yeah, well, it wasn't an easy play. Neil had to come a long way, and there was good speed. So he's got to do just about everything right to get that out at first base.
Alexei Casilla, the runner at second. Ryan Flaherty at the plate, the 3-1. Just missed outside, and that is ball 4. 2 on and nobody out. Some jobs still to be decided. Take a look at where they are. Infield and outfield, well, still some positions. Mostly the bench position. John McDonald coming in makes it probably tougher on Brandon Inge and Jordy Mercer and Josh Harrison. Felix Pie has been doing a terrific job, but does he fit in the outfield? Alex Presley, Jose Tabata might be there, and you look at the rotation. Jonathan Sanchez, one of the non-roster invites, has been pitching very, very well over his last couple of outings, and does he make the rotation? Nolan Reimold will take outside for a ball. Reimold the DH.
You know, Tim, you also look at versatility. Brian Inge can play in the infield. He can play in the outfield. Sometimes one body can solve a lot of different issues. Not that I'm predicting that, but he does have that in his background.
1-0 pitch. Foul tipped into the mid of Russell Martin, and it's 1-1. Well, Clint Hurdle telling me last week he expected to see Brandon Inge playing some second base, some shortstop during some of these games here. We haven't really seen much of it, but he's got a track record, and when you're a 35, 36-year-old veteran, you have a track record. Guys know what you can do in certain organizations, and the Pirates certainly well aware of what Brandon Inge can do, and also very well aware of what the 38-year-old John McDonald can do.
Right. And Garrett Jones can do, also at first base and right field. Some versatility there.
1-1. A shot past Alvarez into left field. Here comes Casilla in as the throw sails away. Starling Marte airmailed that one to the plate and allowed a runner to move up to second base. 1-0 Baltimore on what could have been a double play ball. Turned into a run and still nobody out. An error charged to Pedro Alvarez.
Well, let's be honest about it. You couldn't have an uglier start to this game. Right under the glove of Pedro. You're right. That's 2 outs and you get out of the jam, but it just didn't happen. And then you compound the situation by throwing it back over the catcher's head. There's problem number 1. And problem number 1 is sailing toward the backstop.
So 2 errors on the play. An error charged to Marte, allowing the runner to move up to second base. And Betemit hammers this one to right center field. This one's going back, and this one's off the wall. McCutcheon's got it. Coming around is Flaherty. He'll score. Behind him, Reimold. A 2-run double for Wilson Betemit. It's 3-0 Baltimore.
Hello.
Very unwelcome greeting for Chris LaRue here this afternoon.
We told you that the ball is just carrying very well to all fields. I thought this ball had a chance to be out. In fact, Tabata just looked at it. Andrew went over and through the Seagulls was able to take the bounce. That ball had a lot of carry. That was going to be an issue whether the wind was involved or not. It hit the gap in right center field. So, wow, what a lousy start.
Well, and this is not the A team either for Baltimore. Buck Showalter leaves these guys behind. Normally you're going to see Brian Roberts at second base. Their third baseman's Manny Machado. Adam Jones is the regular center fielder. J.J. Hardy, the regular shortstop. Reimold may be in the lineup as a regular, but a lot of these guys are backups. Pridey, right off the bare hand of LaRue. He'll take the out at first base, and moving up to third is Bettamy. So 1 down, 1-3 goes the put out. And LaRue might have a bit of a sore hand. Todd Thompson, the trainer, will come out and take a peek.
Have we seen one positive thing yet? Got a pitcher with a problem with his throwing hand after the original starter was scratched. I hope everybody went to church today on Palm Sunday, because if somebody missed, it's their fault.
Well, it's Palm Sunday for LaRue. That's right, where he got the baseball. Robbie Inzmakowski has more on Jeff Karstens, who left the ballpark earlier today injured.
I do, Tim, and the news obviously not good with LaRue and not good on Jeff Karstens. Today he reported to the ballpark sore. They're calling it continued shoulder discomfort, but it's all the same. It was bicep soreness, which shelved him originally in spring training, and what he's been continually trying to deal with. And Neil Huntington just met with the media just moments ago, and he said it is most likely that Jeff Karstens will start the season on the disabled list. So that is bad news, and that pretty much opens up 2 spots in the starting rotation when you look at McPherson, Locke, Gomez, and Jonathan Sanchez. So now you possibly have 4 guys battling for 2 positions. Now, as for Karstens, they're going to determine what is the next step. They don't know if he's going to have an MRI or what types of tests he's going to be done. We don't know if it's a long-term or a short-term thing. Neil Huntington did say yesterday that if there were no hiccups, he was going to make his first scheduled start in Los Angeles in the second series of the season. That is not the case anymore, so they're going to determine what Karstens' prognosis is. But from now on, it looks like we only have 3 guaranteed starters. We head closer to April 1st.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. As we talk right now, Karstens not on the disabled list, but Neil Huntington saying that it is most likely that he would go on the disabled list at some point. He was slated to go April 7th. At Dodger Stadium against the Dodgers. That'll be the first time he would have been out there, but the way the schedule falls, the Pirates don't need a 5th starter until after that, so they'll go the first week of the season without a 5th starter. But Jeff, who has battled tendinitis in the elbow, now shoulder discomfort, he battled that problem last year as well. It caused him an early exit, so hopefully he can come back strong and help the Buccos out. He's a guy who doesn't give up a lot of runs, Steve, as you know. In the last couple of seasons, he's kept his ERA under 4. Been the only Pirate pitcher to do that. And Robinson up the middle for a base hit. Another run comes in. Bettamy scores. It is 4-0 Baltimore here in the top of the first.
Yep, Jeff Karstens knows how to pitch. Jeff just doesn't know how to stay healthy.
Well, a tough start for LaRue here.
Yeah, and it throws a wrench into the whole overview, the whole scenario, but it throws a wrench into this game too, with Chris having to step in and start, and he's getting knocked around, throwing a lot of pitches here in the first inning. Still just 1 out.
Travis Ishikawa at the plate. Ishikawa hitting .226 this spring for Baltimore. 1 out and 1 on for the Birds. .257 last season with 4 home runs. Appeared in 94 games. Well, you got a pass the other night. You and I went over to Sarasota, worked the game with the Orioles and Pirates, and some of the Orioles fans don't give you as many dirty looks as they used to. 1-0 pitch. It misses.
Pirates have had a good history with the Baltimore Orioles, that's for sure. But that was a different type of ball game too. 10-inning, nothing game.
Yeah, that doesn't happen all that often. Well, down there at first base, Trayvon Robinson experiencing some discomfort of his own. This looks like his lower back.
Twist.
Trayvon Robinson will get looked at now. Wayne Kirby, the first base coach, calling over the trainer, and the manager Buck Showalter joining now.
Could you possibly have a more disjointed top of the first inning?
That's going to be it for Trayvon Robinson.
Well, there's a cast of thousands over. There's a lot of birds in the nest over in the dugout on the third base side. They're just 10 miles down the road, so they bring a lot of players. Somebody will get an opportunity.
So Trayvon Robinson will head off to the dugout. There'll be a new Oriole that will take his post at first base. Alexei Casillas started this inning off with an infield single, a dribbler hit toward Neil Walker. Walker could make the play. That started it all. A cross up allowed Casillas to go down to second base, and Flaherty reached on a base on balls. And Nolan Reimold reached on an error by Pedro Alvarez at third base, and then a throwing error by Marte on the same play. Betamete, a two-run double. Friday bounced out. Trayvon Robinson a base hit, and Lou Ford, a power-hitting backup outfielder, will take the place of Trayvon Robinson and go in and play left field.
So far we've had 4 runs, 3 hits, 2 errors, 2 injuries, and a pinch runner.
Anything else you can think of that we could have?
A double play, I'd like, let's add that to the mix.
Well, Pedro had a routine ground ball hit at him that went under his glove, and that kind of continued this mess. That's the top of the first. Here's the pitch to Ishikawa. LaRue misses. He falls behind 3-0.
Ball inside.
Opening day is a week from tomorrow. Pirates will leave Florida Thursday, late in the day, after a game in Tampa against the Yankees. They'll charter back to Pittsburgh. Exhibition in Altoona on March 30th, Saturday. Ishikawa lifts this one down the right field side, and this ball is foul.
Not by much. Not by much at all. That's all we need now in the top of the first. Ball hitting the chalk.
That was the one scenario you hadn't considered.
Yeah, well, I guess there are a few left. Clint Hurdle having a word with Chad Fairchild, home plate umpire. They were concerned about the ball strike call on the first pitch. They wanted the previous pitch, and now they want some clarification in the count.
Bill Verdon sitting there behind Clint. 3-1. Outside ball 4, and Ishikawa has walked. Second walk issued by LaRue.
And as we said, this is a guy who normally has outstanding control, has shown that in his outing so far this spring. And sometimes you just simply get the field so messed up nobody can play it. Nobody can do anything on it. And Ray Sears is going to come out and have a chat.
Ray doesn't like taking these walks this early in a ball game. No pitching coach does.
Well, think of the Ray Sears scenario. Comes to the ballpark. I'm going to see Carson's out there for the first time. Okay, that gets scratched. Now, you got concerns about him. You got concerns about the rotation. You got concerns about the ball game itself today. And now you've got a first inning that won't end.
LaRue facing a situation now where he'll face the number 8 hitter with 1 out and runners at first and second. 4 runs already in. Well, I guess the good news is the Buccos haven't come to the plate yet. They have a chance to do this themselves.
Mm-hmm. The other thing, we all might want to go to church after the game.
Might be a good day for a doubleheader. Taylor Teagarden, the catcher, with Chris Dickerson on deck. Here's the pitch to Teagarden. In there for a called strike. LaRue gets his first pitch strike.
And he's going to get a cheer from the crowd on anything positive that the Pirates do right now. If somebody doesn't spill a beer in the stands, you might hear some applause.
That's a strike as well. 0-2. What do you suppose the message was from Ray?
Hang in there. We're all trying. It's like the movie Airplane. We're all counting on you.
Surely you can't be serious.
Call me Shirley.
0-2. Just on the corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. LaRue was claimed off waivers from the Florida Marlins on the 13th of September in 2010. He thought he was on his way home after his AAA season in New Orleans. Thought his season was all over. packed his bags, was ready to go, and then got a call and said, hey, show up in St. Louis. And that is where he first joined the Pirates. 1-2 to Teagarden. Base hit to right center. Lou Ford will hold at third base, and that'll load the bases. Fourth hit of the inning for Baltimore. And the Orioles will send 9 men to the plate. Still only 1 out.
What next?
Yeah, he
what
knows
next?
Nothing's going right for him.
Quick 0-2 count for batting on the base hit.
And Chris Dickerson standing now against Chris LaRue. .286 last year, appeared sparingly, just 25 games.
And Chad Fairchild doesn't like the looks of that curveball. And there's activity in the Pirates bullpen. I mean, you got to have somebody warming up in case this thing won't end.
Yeah, just put this up.
Justin Wilson, left-hander, warming up.
Yeah, the Pirates are not happy with some of these calls, and now Martin expresses his displeasure, and Clint Hurdle will come out and talk to Chad Fairchild.
Russell Martin probably just telling Chris to keep doing what you're doing. Throw strikes if you can. And Clinton and Chad's discussion getting more spirited. And there's something you just hardly ever see. Clint Hurdle's been run out of a spring training game. Russell Martin might be next.
He's going to get it if he doesn't stop.
Looks like it was Martin.
Okay.
Looks like it was Martin that was running, not Hurdle. Martin got run from a short distance.
I thought it was Clint Hurdle also. Clint, yeah, because I was surprised. Clint wasn't really emphatic. Sometimes that will hide a situation where there's some language involved. Talking about the curveball that they weren't happy with. I think they picked up the outside corner. See, Russell turns around. Yeah, see, he's looking at Clint. That's a good idea that Clint was gone.
Well, you can read Chad Fairchild's lips. That pitch was outside, and you know it. Apparently, he didn't know it.
The thing was, I couldn't understand why he wasn't going to run Russell also, thinking it was Clint.
Now, see where Russell Martin is. He's far away from Fairchild, so he gets run long distance.
This might be the first inning that won't end, ever. It's add to the list and insert an ejection.
And also, Steve, it may have been a situation where Clint Hurdle recognized that Russell Martin had been doing some barking at the home plate umpire. He came out to try to protect him, got in the middle of it, and now Martin, as he leaves the field, gets an ovation. So Russell Martin ends his day a lot earlier than he anticipated. Folks, we're still in the top of the first inning.
Glad you joined us. Hope you are too.
Lucas May will come in to catch now. Clint Hurdle and Chad Fairchild finish their discussion. Well, still, it's a very rare thing to see anybody run out of a spring training game. Managers included, especially a catcher. Lucas May now takes over for Russell Martin.
You know, I could go back a lot of years. The last manager I saw run out of a game here at McEachern Field was the day before I got released, because Danny Murtaugh got thrown out of a game kind of as a gesture to me. I was still awful. And he came out and argued with the umpire until he got tossed. When I had time to figure it out, it meant a lot to me, because Danny and I were fairly close, and it was a nice thing for him to do. It was a very classy thing for him to do. But you just don't see it. You're right. You just don't see it in spring training games.
Well, back at it. Still 1 out. Bases loaded. 4 runs in. Baltimore on top, and Chris Dickerson at the plate with a 1-ball, no strike count. And Dickerson in the air to left center. This one's going, and this one is off the top of the wall, over the wall. That's a grand slam.
There are 2 billboards over there, and it must have come off the top one.
It hit the advertising above the yellow line. Hit the wooden board above the yellow line, so that would be a home run, and it's a grand slam. And Chris LaRue's outing is done. He'll be taken from this game. One of the ugliest tops of the first innings you'll ever see. And it's a good thing it's in spring training. After April 1st, you never want to see anything like this again. Unless the Buccos are doing it. So LaRue's day ends much sooner than he had hoped. Orioles on top 8-0. Let's go to the Wayback Machine on the 17th of October, 1971. There's old number 28, Steve Blass, going inside to who's that, Rusty Staub?
Boog Powell.
Boog Powell? Not Rusty. Boog. They got the same frame, but Earl Weaver came out and argued all about you.
Well, they wanted to throw Sangy out, but they weren't quite sure what he was saying.
So Justin Wilson takes over for LaRue. Still in the top of the first inning, 1 out, bases empty. And Alexei Casilla, who's already singled and scored this inning, is back up. Switch hitter now turning around to bat right-handed. He batted left-handed against LaRue on an infield single. And a little bouncer right back to Wilson. He'll try to straighten things out. And he throws out Casilla, and there are 2 gone. Go back to that World Series. Now, he's accusing you of throwing off the side of the rubber, not where you're supposed to be. And, of course, the mild-mannered Steve Blass trying to get out of the way there.
Here comes Danny. You can see Danny rushing right there. We got it all squared away. Yeah, he was just trying to get inside my head. And it's not difficult. There's not much in there, so it all worked out.
A lot of room in there?
Yeah.
Brian Flaherty, who walked and scored.
1971 championship year, and by the way, just 10 miles down the road, a big patch painted on the grass where the Orioles train with number 4. So Weaver passed away. Hall of Fame manager. He had a great career. I had a lot of respect for Earl, but I couldn't help myself after that happened to thank him every time. I said, it really slowed me down a little bit, Earl. Appreciate you giving me that breather.
2-0 count to Flaherty. That's 3-0. Justin Wilson last year appeared in 8 games for the Buccos. Didn't have any decisions. 193 is earned run average in very limited duty. And That is ball 4. So for the second time in the inning, Flaherty has walked.
And Justin Wilson, very much a candidate for the Pirates bullpen from the left-hand side, along with Tony Watson. And Justin Wilson has had a very, very good spring training. So his candidacy is very strong, I would think.
Well, Flaherty off of first while Wilson comes set. Now the pitch. And Nolan Reimold will take a strike. He reached on an error by Pedro Alvarez in the first inning and then moved up to second on a wild throw from left field by Starling Marte. 1-1 to Reimold. Clint Hurdle was hoping to get LaRue a number of innings today. Wanted to get these guys who were scheduled to pitch stretched out some more. And was hoping to have LaRue go a while today. But Chris, just a third of an inning. 8 runs and 5 hits, 2 walks and no strikeouts. 2 outs. The runner at first is Flaherty. And the 1-2 coming to the Orioles' Nolan Reimold. Got him on the inside corner. Wilson strikes him out. And that ends what might be the longest half inning of spring training. 8-0 Baltimore. Back in Bradenton, Florida with Steve Blass, Tim Neverett. Yep, bottom of the first. 8-0 Birds. Pirates lineup looks like this. Starling Marte. Now Lucas May takes over for Russell Martin. Martin thrown out of the ball game before he could hit McCutcheon and Gabby Sanchez. This spring he leads the team in home runs with 4. Alvarez, Walker, Tabata. John McDonald hitting in the 8th spot today. Michael McHenry will bat 9th and be the designated hitter.
Well, you know that the outing for Chris LaRue is, if you're not a lock on a ball club, you don't want this kind of outing. And people might say, well, you know, he could have got out of that if Pedro makes the double play. But those plays happen, and you can't do anything about them. You still have responsibilities after that error is made. So if Chris has a lock in the bullpen situation, well, it's just one of those things. If not, then you know, this late in spring training, you don't want to have those kind of outings.
Brian Mattis making his 4th start, 6th appearance of the spring. Left-hander deals ball 1 to Starling Marte.
Trust me, this game will not end 8-0 with the way the gale is blowing out to every direction in the outfield.
Marte takes high for a ball. Winds right now from the south, 17 miles an hour. They're going to gust, or at least expected to gust, up to about 28 miles an hour. So if you get a ball up in the jet stream, it will take off.
Great day to pitch.
2-0. 2-1. Marte, 3 doubles and 3 triples. Grapefruit League play, hitting .340. Expects to be the opening day leadoff man for the Bucks. 3-1.
When we talk about candidates, the left-hander on the mound, Brian Matisse, candidate for the rotation for the Baltimore Orioles. Brian Mattis.
3-1. 3-2. Marte healthy cut. Marte and then Lucas May and then Andrew McCutchen. Russell Martin run from the ball game and was run from maybe 10 or 12 feet away from home plate umpire Chad Fairchild. And up in the air to left center. Ball carrying well, but looks like the ballpark may hold it. Dickerson on the warning track. Chases it down. One gone for the Pirates in the bottom of the first. Now, Lucas May, one of those guys in a situation where you have to be ready when you come to the ballpark because you just never know. Well, he was not expecting to get the first at bat for a catcher today, but he's got it.
And the thing is, anytime as a minor leaguer you can get out there, show them what you can do, maybe do something to make them remember your name. These are opportunities, not big opportunities, but little slivers. Plus, it's fun playing in a big league game. That's better than anything you can do over Pirate City. Now, that's bad. This is better.
0-2 to May.
Of course, it is probably a little difficult to gather your wits very quickly. Okay, you're in there. Tag, you're it. Right up there now, trying to slow things down a bit.
Missed just outside. May out of Kansas City, Missouri. He's born in Las Vegas. Made his big league debut in 2010. Appeared at 12 games with the Royals. Answers this one. Foul down the third base side.
I never knew anybody was born in Las Vegas. I thought you just went there.
No, they have a hospital and everything.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Doctors and nurses. And
casinos?
They have plenty of those.
Greg and Mike Maddox, natives of Las Vegas. That can happen.
Lucas May, last year with Buffalo, .215, appearing in 75 games. A 1-2 coming from Brian Mattis. Broken bat, looper into left center field, drops in for a hit.
You step right up there and get yourself a knock.
It's the 9th hit of the spring for Lucas May. And Andrew McCutchen, who missed yesterday's game, back in there today, and he is feeling much better. As they do the Harlem Shake as they pick up the baseballs at the end of BP. Obviously, Kutch feeling much better today. It's been a good kind of day for Kutch to hit here at McKechnie.
Oh. All of them. They can't wait to get the bats.
And remember what McCutchen did last year against left-handed pitching. For a time, for a good part of the season, he was hitting close to 400 against lefties. So he certainly doesn't mind seeing the southpaws.
He wanted some distance there.
Ended up hitting .392 against left-handers, .309 against right-handers, but he hit more home runs against righties. 23 of them against right-handed pitching.
So more of them.
1-1. This one's way out of here. See you later.
Yeah.
And the Pirates on the board. That's over the canopy into the trees as McCutchen hits his third spring training home run. And that was a monster bomb.
That was fun. They put that new seating area, the grandstand out there. He cleared the grandstand and got it into the trees. That ball got hurt. So dig your heels in. This is going to be a barn burner. This is called sitting on it and getting it.
Well, they've cut it to a 2-possession game, just 6. 6-run lead now for the Orioles. Pirates get on the board here in the bottom of the first with an enormous shot by Andrew McCutchen. He knew it.
You could be in Tampa and know it.
Pitch from Mattis to Gabby Sanchez, who's capable of doing the same thing. He leads the club in spring training homers with 4. Waller and smile from McCutchen.
I'll tell you, that was like watching Andrew in June and July last year. When you left-hander, right-hander, you could have been throwing the ball out of the middle of your forehead and he would have hit it.
Sanchez clubs this one, fouling out of play. Keep your eye on the ball.
Over the new grandstand.
A lot of them don't travel that far here. Mattis 1-2 pitch. And Sanchez lines one to left for a base hit. Third straight hit off Mattis, and the Bucks with 1 out have a man aboard.
Could have used a line out of the old Butch Cassidy movie. Think you was not dynamite there, Butch?
Maybe he saved some for Pedro. Pedro hit his first home run yesterday. Pretty good shot down at Fort Myers at JetBlue Park. He and Garrett Jones hit homers. And 1-2 Alvarez. 244, 30 home runs, drove in 85. Off-speed pitch. Pedro mistimed it. 0-2.
Sometimes this kind of day just get caught up in the backwash. Everybody just swinging from their heels, knowing if they catch it right, they can get a monster shot like Andrew did.
And Pedro down looking. Took 3 pitches for Mattis to retire Alvarez. And they're now 2 down. Neil Walker will bat right-handed against the lefty Mattis.
It's up the outside corner.
Walker coming off a 280 season. Hits this one in the air to center field. Playable for Dickerson. Dickerson drifts under it, makes the catch. And the Bucks are down in the first, but they pick up a couple of runs on 3 hits, including a long home run by Andrew McCutchen.
Pittsburgh Pirates spring training on Root Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Now's the time to go places with Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com for special offers. Let's go Bucks!
Well, lots of stuff going on already. Top of the second, 8-2 Baltimore. Along with Steve Blass, I'm Tim Never. Glad you're along watching Pirates baseball with us today from Bradenton. Andrew McCutchen, his third spring home run, and he went up there and announced his presence with authority.
You won't see a longer home run hit. You just won't see it. I've never seen one hit like that. I've seen a bunch of them here in this ballpark. It had the height, it had the carry, it had that sound. All the factors that make a monster.
Betamede 1 for 1, takes up high. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Appears that Andrew is well over the flu-like symptoms.
One, 2. That's up and away. Yeah, if he's still got the flu, I think a lot of hitters would like to have that flu. Two balls, 2 strikes to Wilson Betamede. Justin Wilson delivers. Ground ball to Walker. Takes care of Betamede, 1 gone. So a much better start to the second than the first.
Yeah, the first started off with a ground ball. Tough chance for Neil Walker. Did not think it would lead to the disaster that it became.
12 men came to the plate in the top of the first inning. 8 of them scored.
2 players left, Martin, LaRue. Kind of stuff going on.
LaRue was lifted from the ball game, and Russell Martin ejected from the ball game by home plate umpire Chad Fairchild. Fairchild, maybe he's just warming up for the regular season by getting the ejector button ready. You know, I don't think
he was looking right at Clint Hurdle when he ran Russell too. It was like he had his back to the Pirate catcher. Maybe he said, "I am going to toss your catcher right now. Are you listening to me?"
2-0 to Friday, and that misses 3-0. But I think from the umpire standpoint, Steve, I really don't believe that they want to throw guys out of spring training games if they can really help it, because they understand these guys still need to get their work in, and it's not a regular season game. Doesn't count in the standings.
I don't even think they want to throw them out in the regular season. But, there are circumstances where a player or manager is just going to say, "I'm going to stay out there until it happens." There are situations that occurs. You got to run.
To the left side of the field, and that's going to drop in. Marte is going to come up gunning for second base, and Pridey is in ahead of the throw with a double.
A little better throw from Marte than we saw him deliver in the first inning when he airmailed the ball into the backstop. Ball slicing away.
Well, remember when Andrew McCutchen was younger in his first and second year, he had a strong arm, still does, but sometimes you feel like you have a stronger arm than you do at times. And Andrew airmailed the cutoff and home plate a number of times before figuring it out. Broken bat roller towards short. McDonald takes the out at first, and Lou Ford is out.
John McDonald thought about third base, but the way things are going, it might not be a bad idea to get an out when it's given to you. He'll pick up the spear and hand it to the bat boy, the bat girl. John gets it there and takes a look. We've got 2 J-Macs now, huh? John McDonald and James McDonald.
In Toronto, McDonald was known as Johnny Mac.
I wonder if anybody remembers the old cowboy, Johnny Mac Brown. He won a lot of gunfights.
They also used to call him the Prime Minister of Defense. 0-1 to Ishikawa. He got himself a hit. Another run comes in for the Orioles as Pridey scores. It's now 9-2. Ishikawa's reached base for the second time. He walked his first time up. Drives in a run. It's his third RBI of spring training. Looks like both teams brought their hitting shoes to the ballpark today.
As an old pitcher, I know these kind of days. It's just, they can't wait to get up to home plate. It's a hitter's day. Whether they go over the fence or not, it just looks like everybody's ready to get in there and have a good, confident at-bat.
Justin Wilson ready to go in the 1-0 pitch.
It is kind of ironic. What, 5 days ago over in Sarasota? Nothing. No run scored in 10 innings. Playing in the second, 11 in.
Neither team could buy a run in that ball game, but the Pirates had traffic on the bases in each of the first 6 innings. Still couldn't get anything across. 2-0 to Taylor. Teagarden will wait as Wilson goes to first.
On top of everything else, it's hard to hold on to the baseball.
9-2, top of the second. If you like offense, come to the right place. 3-0 is the count. Pirates pitchers are throwing an awful lot of balls and not enough strikes so far in the game.
That's what you want to do when you're out in the bullpen. Pull the plug out of the phone.
They're going with wireless phones this year, you know. Ball 4 to Teagarden. You didn't know that, didn't you?
No.
They'll still have the wired ones as backups. Technology, Steve. Can't stand in the way of it, I guess.
Nope.
A big hit in the first inning from Chris Dickerson. This was a grand slam. Bases loaded and 1 out. It hit just above the yellow line. And Dickerson, his second home run of the spring. He's got 6 RBIs in Grapefruit League play, and up there with another RBI opportunity. 9th hitter in the order.
Some might say wind aided. Others might say it's going to be at least a 3-run double.
Fouled off for a strike. Well, wind aided or not, still left the park. That's all you care about if you're the hitter. It's like Wrigley Field on a day when the wind's blowing out.
Exactly. Yep.
Wilson ahead of Dickerson, 0-2. World Series flags pointing directly out to left center. Two outs, 2 on. And the 0-2 from Justin Wilson. That gets away from May, and the runners will move up.
Incredible. This is a weird day. Ball up for glove. That's a drop. It's got to be a pass ball.
It's ruled a pass ball. Lucas May, one of a couple of catchers still in camp. He and Carlos Paulino joining Russell Martin and Michael McHenry. 1-2. McHenry is in the lineup today. If you were asking why McHenry didn't come out to catch, he is in the lineup as the designated hitter. And the original lineup had Chris LaRue in there swinging a bat today. Actually, Jeff Karstens swinging a bat today. He was scratched. LaRue was still in there. Then they decided shortly before game time to get McHenry the swings rather than have the pitcher hit. The pitcher's been hitting a lot lately for the Pirates. So Lucas May dons the tools of ignorance and working behind the plate defensively.
Well, seeing as that Michael was down in the dugout, he probably had his stuff with him. They just could have saved the time instead of calling in Lucas from the bullpen, run Michael out there. Strap it on.
There's the fort. Talking with Dean Traynor, the AAA manager from the Indianapolis Indians. 1-2. Dickerson fouls it off. Chatted with Dino earlier today, and he's looking forward to the opener in Indy on the 4th of April against Columbus.
Just checking over there, see if Mayor Wayne Poston is all right. Looks to be okay up in the mayor's box.
Mayor of Bradenton. He's got his own personal box over there, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
One and two to Dickerson. Ishikawa's at third. Teagarden's at second. 1 run in this inning, a 9-2 Oriole lead. Orioles with 7 hits, and the big hit so far, and Dickerson's grand slam in the top of the first. Sanchez will backhand. Toss to Wilson covering. He got him. The run comes in on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left. 9-2 after an inning and a half. Well, the Pirates are here. Are you suited up for spring training? Visit the official online shop of the Pirates to find the largest online selection of official caps, T-shirts, BP jerseys, collectibles, and more. Get the latest apparel, memorabilia, and authentic classics for the whole family. Shop 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Get set for spring at the official source, thepirates.com shop. Jose Tabata leads off the bottom of the second inning, 9-2 Orioles. Tabata will take a strike from Brian Mattis. Jose started off spring in a good manner and had a bit of a blip where he went 0 for 15 before breaking that streak. And this one is going to be caught and dropped. And Tabata rounding first, heading for second, and he is in. Dickerson got a glove on it, but couldn't haul it in. And the Pirates with a man at second and nobody out.
Came that close to running this ball down, and then I was wondering about Tabata going around first base when you're down by 7 runs, but all's well that ends well. Came that close to making a very fine catch.
And in and out of the glove of Dickerson.
It's hard to believe this day and age with the size of the gloves and the way they snap over a ball that anything you get in the glove comes out, but it happens.
John McDonald, first ball swinging, hits it to right. Waiting underneath it, Pridey will make the throw in, and Tabata will have to go back to second. So a very short at bat for John McDonald, a 38-year-old veteran infielder out of Providence College. And like Steve Blass, he's a Connecticut native.
Nutmegger.
14 years in the big leagues. He was not drafted. A non-drafted guy out of Providence College. But his career fielding percentage at shortstop, .973. Outstanding. 954 big league games. Career .239 hitter. John McDonald, now a Pirate. Then with Arizona. Spent considerable time with the Toronto Blue Jays as well. And the Fort, number 9 hitter, Michael McHenry. Hitting .310 this spring. Michael was laid out as the designated hitter this afternoon. 1 ball and 1 strike to McHenry. Here's a guy that really earned his way onto this major league roster and went wire to wire last year as a big leaguer for the first time after spending a little bit of time in the Red Sox organization and the Rockies organization before that. To the left side, it's Garcia. Throws across and gets McHenry. Good strong throw by the Orioles shortstop. 2 men out.
Making an above average play against the ideal runner to try to make that kind of play. Like most catchers, not great speed.
Starling Marte's 0 for 1. He flagged to center. In the bottom of the first inning. Marte facing the left-hander Mattis here in the bottom of the second. Ball 1. April 1st, opening day, a week from tomorrow. Hard to believe. You know, this was supposed to be a longer spring training. I mean, on the calendar, I think it was. But it seemed to go by rather quickly. Just about a handful of games remaining before the Pirates and Yankees will finish up on Thursday in Tampa.
And then we get to see A.J. Burnett against probably Jeff Samardzija.
Yeah.
Opening day, Cubs, Pirates.
And it all begins.
Snuck a peek at the weather. The weather looks manageable for opening day in Pittsburgh.
Chris LaRue visiting with Dean Traynor. Rough day for LaRue. LaRue went 1/3 of an inning. Gave up 8 runs on 5 hits. Walked 2, didn't strike anybody out. He was expecting to pitch today, but not as a starter. And when Karstens was scratched, he just got moved into the starter's role. Ball 4 to Marte, and 2 on and 2 out for the Pirates in the second. Opening day at PNC Park, a 1:35 first pitch. A.J. Burnett will throw it. Jeff Samardzija will go for the Cubs. Last year, Samardzija, the Cubs' best pitcher, but 9-13. Rough season for Chicago. A.J. hoping to improve on that 16-win total. Garza was going to be the starter for Chicago.
Well,
but, he's starting the season on the DL.
Everybody's got their opinions. I don't think there's any contest. If I was running the Cubs, who I'd want out there as often as possible. Samardzija.
May pops this one up toward right, and it will be caught by Ryan Flaherty. Pirates strand 2 and get a hit. When we come back, we'll visit with the skipper, Clint Hurdle. He'll join us live when we return to McKechnie Field in Bradenton. Tim Everett with Steve Blass back in Bradenton, 9-2 as we go to the top of the third inning. Baltimore in front. Joining us this half inning from the Bucco dugout is the skipper, Clint Hurdle. Clint, an interesting top of the first, to say the least. What happened at the plate with Russell Martin?
We're seeing eye to eye with our home plate umpire. She had Fairchild.
It looked like you were the one that got run because he was looking right at you, and Russell was about, I don't know, a dozen feet away or so. We thought you were the one that got sent, but it was actually Russell.
Well, you know, we brought Russell here for a number of reasons, and the passion's number one. And you got guys out here trying to make teams, getting things done. He doesn't feel we're getting a fair shake. We've had some complications. This particular home plate umpire this spring, just not seeing eye to eye in the strike zone. And Russ got to a point where he felt that we were being violated and shared those opinions. I don't think the home plate umpire needs to rip off his mask and go confront a player either. So 39 springs, I've never had to put a new pitcher and a new catcher and with one out in the top of the first.
You know, Clint, these things today and the Carson situation notwithstanding, your overview, you've been in a lot of spring training camps, your take this spring.
We've had probably one of our best days this morning. The game got in the way early. We got a lot of game left to play. The camp has run well. We've challenged players. We've worked very, very hard. We've addressed specific challenges from last season to get in play this season, controlling the running game, using both sides of the plate, off the mound, taking better ownership of the batter's box, base running. So we've addressed everything that we felt we needed major improvements on, and obviously the day-to-day mechanics of bunt defenses, pickoff plays, it's all been put into place, cutoffs and relays, situational hitting. So it's been a long spring. It's been a good spring. We've got a few more days to get some work done. We'll be ready to go opening day.
You leave Thursday. Are you hoping to have the rotation down by then, or could that linger for, you know, closer to opening day?
No. We'll have some closure on the rotation before opening day.
Ryan Flaherty awaits the 1-1 from Justin Wilson. He fouls it back. The bench spots, the extra outfielder. How do you see all that playing out at this point in time? What are you looking for?
Well, you're looking for you're looking to take your best team you can match up with to open the season, get out of the blocks clean. We've got some guys that have shown up very well. Some guys showed up early, then had some lulls. Some guys that got hot in the middle. Some guys that are heating up now. We've still got some competition in a couple spots. Johnny McDonald was a real solid addition for us in the middle to give us an above-average defender to back up Barmas. Once Darno went down, we were short really some depth there. We needed to address that. We have. The guys, the principals in play. McCutcheon, he's going to heat up. He's going to be fine. I think Marte's shown a pretty good spring. He's had some things to work on. He's addressed. Offensively, defensively, he's working hard. Pedro's stroke is coming around. Jones, Sanchez has had a great spring. From start till now, hunting at bats, hunting pitches through the at bat. Barmas has shown up a little different offensive plan. We'd like to see him go ahead and have the season he finished with the last couple of months. Snyder's heated up the last week, so we love having Martin behind the plate. McHenry's a very capable guy there, so I'm not going to tip my hand here. We're looking to match up off the bench. If you have a couple left-handers in the lineup and they go as left-handed starter, you might want to look at how you're going to combat that. But we're getting things done. When we know what's at stake and we know what we need to do to get ready, we're doing it.
Clint, you've had a bat in your hand a lot of times, not recently, but watching a ball like Andrew McCutcheon hit in the bottom of the first inning, it still looks exciting when you see somebody get something like that flush, I would think.
There's days I haven't hit a golf ball that far. Taking a full swing. He's a very special player. The power, sometimes it does just grab you because when you look at the man, you just don't realize how strong he is. The swing is compact. It's tight. He can drive a ball. He can do a lot of things on the field. He's put a special attention to his base running as well, base stealing. But that never gets old. That's never not good when somebody hits one that far for your club.
Are you satisfied with the candidates to fill out the bullpen?
Yeah, I am. I think we've got capable people. The one thing about spring training is people get hot and cold on play. Oh, he was good. Oh, he's good. He was bad. No, he's bad. You got to look inside the game. Is he dotting up the glove? Is he following the game plan? Is he pitching with intent, conviction, and execution? We've got guys. We're going to need a couple guys that can pitch multiple innings out there. We believe we have candidates for that. I think at the back end is going to be a strength again with Gurley, Melanson, Hughes, and Watson. And I do believe we've got a couple of guys who can give us some length when we need to.
Clint, thanks. We'll talk to you again real soon.
You're welcome.
Skipper Clint Hurdle joining us. 9-2. We go to the bottom of the third. Andrew McCutchen will lead off the bottom of the third inning. 9-2 is where we are. The Orioles with an 8-run top of the first. McCutchen 1 for 1 with a 2-run homer. I think just calling it a home run does it injustice as far as he hit it.
Not surprised to see the curveball in the first pitch in this at bat. That's just all signals go.
Over the new canopy of the new grandstand and up into the trees, well beyond McKechnie Field's left field wall. 2 balls, no strikes to Kutch. Last year was in the MVP discussion. Things fell off toward the end of the season, and this year hopefully he can continue that through August and all the way through September. Be right there at the end. He was tremendous. You mentioned it earlier, Steve, about his season that he had, especially June and July. There was no better player in baseball in June and July than Andrew McCutchen.
He was on everything.
And hammers this one to left field. This one's going back, and it is off the scoreboard. McCutchen around first. He'll cruise into second with a leadoff double.
That ball had that sound. I mean, the bat on the ball, the sound of the bat on the ball. He is centered too, as they like to say. And then the speed. I mean, this is a trip around first base that you hear that sound. That's the knock they talk about. And he just cruising into second base.
McCutchen 2 for 2. This is the time you hope he does heat up. I don't know if you're all that concerned how he hits in late February or even early March.
Or late March.
As long as he's hitting like he is right now, heading into opening day, that's what you want.
This is the kind of game you can lose it 15-2, and if you're a Pirate fan, leave the ballpark and say, how about that McCutchen today?
McCutchen off second. Gabby Sanchez at the plate. Sanchez 1 for 1. He singled in the first inning. 1 ball, 1 strike to Gabby. Gabby came over last year at the trading deadline from the Florida Marlins, the Miami Marlins, formerly the Florida Marlins. Had a rough go there with manager Ozzie Guillen and didn't get off to the kind of start the Marlins wanted him to. They sent him to AAA after being an all-star the year before. This year, Gabby hoping to recapture that all-star ability that he does have, and so far his showing in spring training indicates that he's capable of it, leading the club in homers with 4. the right side, down the line, and that ball's fair in the corner. McCutcheon's going to walk around third and score. And trading places with him at second base is Sanchez with an RBI double. It's 9-3.
And that ball usually will slide over across the chalk into foul territory, but with the wind carrying, it just carries it and kind of almost holds it straight, so it can't just slide over. There's too much wind helping it for it to slide.
It's the 8th spring training RBI for Gabby. Hit our man Lloyd. Lloyd, who we see down by the dugout prior to the game, monitoring the foul line down there.
Didn't get too excited, did he?
No. Sanchez at second base. Alvarez down in the count 0-1. He struck out on 3 pitches, went down looking in the first. Now, Lloyd's going to be at PNC Park opening day. He was telling me today he's heading back to Pittsburgh shortly. He's only been here for 45 springs.
That's all of them.
That's it. Pirates moved to Bradenton. He's been down here working in this ballpark every spring training.
He knows the secrets of McKechnie. There's a few.
0-2 to the right side. That'll get Sanchez over as Alvarez's roommate Flaherty throws him out. 1 gone and a runner at third. Back for the 2013 season, it's Buck Night. See your Pirates take on the Cubs Wednesday, April 3rd, and enjoy hot dogs and popcorn all for just $1 thanks to Sugardale. Select game tickets are available for just $1 as well while supplies last. To order your tickets, go to pirates.com/bucknight. It's always a popular night. Lloyd probably will be there, I'm guessing.
Oh, no doubt.
I'm guessing. You should be there too. Make your plans and join us at PNC Park. Neil Walker batting with 1 out and a man at third. Switch hitter batting right-handed against the lefty Brian Mattis. Mattis out of the University of San Diego.
Well, probably that program playing a season that was equivalent to a minor league system, season in terms of numbers of games.
They start early
out there.
Walker to the right side. Diving stop by Ishikawa. Foot race to the bag. Neil wins it easily. An RBI single. And it's 9-4.
Well, I don't know if they're going to get him or not. Neil doesn't run all that well, but Mr. Mattis needed to be over toward first base. He didn't get there. He needed to be well on the way, and he wasn't.
Walker is now 1 for 2.
The ball hit, and you see Mattis standing on the mound. You practice pitchers fielding practice, PFP, every day, and Mr. Mattis will hear about that.
He never broke. Oh, 1 down, and Talbot at the plate. Jose swings and misses. Jose had a double to lead off the second inning. 1 for 1 this afternoon.
Now, if he could run into one, now you got a barn burner going after the horrendous top of the first.
Pirates had a come-from-behind win yesterday, 5-3 against the Red Sox in Fort Myers. They have come from behind and beaten the Orioles this spring. Got a walk-off win here at McKechnie Field. Pirates are 12-14-1. They have surpassed last year's spring training win total of 9 and equaled the win total of the 2011 spring campaign of 12.
Everybody says it's not important that you win in spring training, but then when you win, they say, well, it's a good thing just to get the feel of winning. So you're covered either way.
Kyle McPherson will start tomorrow night against Tampa Bay, the final night game of spring training. Check swing, foul ball. He'll oppose Matt Moore of the Rays down at Port Charlotte. That game is on radio only tomorrow night. This being our final telecast of spring training. Next time you see the Buccos on TV, it'll be opening day. Casilla whips it to Flaherty, back to first. That's a double play. Pirates get 2 runs on 3 hits. Nobody left, and we'll head to the 4th at McKechnie Field. Orioles 9, Pirates 4.
Baltimore with a big lead here in Bradenton, Florida over the Pirates. I'm Robbie Smikowski. Here's an update on some other starting pitchers trying to work their way back. Today it was Francisco Liriano throwing a bullpen. Third one he's thrown during spring training, and General Manager Neil Huntington said they want to get him through spring training first, then they want to get him to continue to build up the amount of pitches he throws each time. There is no return date set for Liriano at this current time, but he is hoping to rejoin the rotation or the bullpen, whatever situation he'll be used in May. Also, Charlie Morton threw a live BP session yesterday while the Pirates were in Fort Myers. He reported feeling well, and Huntington also said about Charlie Morton that he is almost to the point where he is being a pitcher, being out of getting rehabbed, and more on the track of being a pitcher, trying to build up his pitches. So Tim and Steve, obviously a good situation and good news on both these guys for a team that could desperately need starting pitching sooner rather than later.
Really good news on Charlie Morton. It would appear that he is ahead of schedule. And I pressed Neil about 2 weeks ago on Charlie, and is he on schedule? He said, or is he ahead of schedule? And Neil just continued to assert that he is on schedule, but that schedule might be moved up. Who knows? But it's good news to see how quickly Charlie has come back from Tommy John. And seeing Liriano throwing off a hill, too. That's good. Well, that's not good. That's an error by Gabby Sanchez. Normally a very short-gloved fielder. Sanchez telling Jared Hughes, the new pitcher, sorry, that's my fault. And that's how the inning begins. Jason Pridey aboard on the air.
Routine ground ball to first. Not much more you can say about it. Now, also the news on Liriano. Does that sound familiar as you judged in comparison to A.J. Burnett last year? When's he going to be back? When's he going to be back? And you would expect the minute he is ready that he will be in that starting rotation. Just a matter of when.
Lou Ford at the plate facing Jared Hughes. Hughes is the third pitcher used by the Bucks. Chris LaRue started, managed to go just a third of an inning. Justin Wilson 2 2/3. The 0-1 coming to Ford. 0-2. Now we saw the monster home run that McCutchen hit. At a game here a couple of Mondays ago, Lou Ford hit one almost in the same spot. It cleared the canopy. Didn't go quite as far into the trees, but he's got that type of power.
Yeah, Andrew hit the forest canopy. Well, Jared Hughes, you heard him on the pregame show. He's driving the ball down from that height. He's, 6'6", 6'7", in that range, and that he throws a sinker on top of that. So that ball is really carrying a downward plane to the hitter. That's a plus. A lot of contact made on the top of the ball. He's had a very good spring.
There's the 0-2 coming to Ford. A little late as Hughes throws over to first. Jared did a good job last year, earning his spot in the bullpen. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Dr. Jekyll is one of the nicest guys you're going to meet in and around the clubhouse, and then when he gets on the mound, turns into Mr. Hyde. You get that snarl, his tongue sticks out, and an awful glare.
He's fun to watch. He is fun to watch.
Nothing 2 to Ford. Nobody out. Pridey the runner at first. 5-run deficit after that 8-run first inning. The big hit, the grand slam by Dickerson. And Steve, today, because the Pirates had hoped LaRue would be able to give them a few innings, now I think as you get to the back part of this ball game, you're probably going to get into some guys from minor league camp.
Oh yeah, and they're out there. And if they're not, just a phone call away out of Pirate City. Get over here in a hurry.
0-2 pitch to Ford. Got him.
Yep. Downstairs. That's what Jared Hughes does.
First baseman number 45, Travis
Take a look at the big, tall drink of water. The ball down underneath the strike zone. Good movement downward. A lot of swings over top of the baseball. One thing I told Jared, I said, boy, you did a great job. You're establishing yourself as a good major league pitcher. Just promise me if you hit a batter, don't apologize to him.
I don't think
we won't get into detail about last year, but
Ishikawa to right field on a base hit. And now first and second with one out. 2 on and 1 out for the Orioles. It's warm down here, but they're using some ice tonight. Consol Energy Center as the Penguins get ready to take on the division rivals, the Philadelphia Flyers. Catch all the action tonight, starting at 7 with Penn's pregame on Root Sports. Sunday Night Classics. After the post-game show, you'll get to see Game 6 from a couple of years ago, the Shush game. You know what we're talking about, Pens fans. Sunday Night Classics. Let's take a look at some of the great old games. 2009, I think it was. Game 6. 1-0 to Taylor Teagard. Taps this one foul.
That last base hit by Ishikawa, classic example. Even though Jared Hughes is coming from way up on the top with that long, low delivery, those left-hand batters love to get down and give that golf swing and lift the ball. That seems like they're all born with that gene. Good at bat for Ishikawa. No matter how low you go, they can get down underneath it.
And that is wide at third base. Foul ball. Friday goes back to second and Ishikawa back to first base. Top of the 4th inning in Bradenton. Glad you've joined us watching Pirates baseball. Pirates and Orioles, final meeting of the spring. Tomorrow it's a night game in Tampa, or in Port Charlotte against Tampa Bay. Then Tuesday in Dunedin against the Blue Jays. One final home game here at McKechnie Field on Wednesday against the Minnesota Twins, and then the Florida finale is in Tampa against the Yankees on Thursday. One-two from Hughes. And as you heard Clint Hurdle tell us last inning, they expect to have the rotation and the bullpen and everything set by the time they head north.
Although he used the phrasing by opening day. Tried to catch him a little bit and see if we'd know what that is before they leave Florida. But, they've got their plan. I'm sure they've got pretty much the way they want to do it in mind.
1-2. Just inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. I know in previous years when we've had the exhibitions in Philadelphia against the Phillies, they brought more players, and it came down to those 2 games in some cases to determine the final 25-man roster for opening day.
You're going to see a lot of this with Jared Hughes. They're just pounding the ball into the ground, hitting the top of the ball.
What's the key to throwing that sinker that he throws?
Well, first of all, his height is great because he's already throwing it on a downward plane no matter what he throws. Could be a four-seam fastball and would have the feel and the look of a ball going down instead of flat across the hitting zone. And then if you turn it over a little bit with your wrist when you release it, now you're adding that spin, that downward release to it. So you're doubling down, literally.
Here comes Tabata on the run. He'll make the catch. Tremendous grab by Jose Tabata. That retires Teagard, and the runners have to stay put.
Yep, good effort by Jose. That ball was trying to get down on the ground very quickly. Took it kind of side saddle. That's a play you can really kind of quit on at times and go back and just hold back and take the bounce. Made the commitment, made the catch. Pitchers really appreciate that. It's an easy play to back off.
And now the number 9 hitter, but he's been a big hitter so far for Baltimore. The grand slam in the first inning, Chris Dickerson. He's 1 for 2. Ugly top of the first inning when 12 men came to the plate. 8 runs scored on 5 hits. There were 2 Pirate errors. 3 Pirate errors in the game so far. 1 ball, 1 strike to Dickerson. We're talking about the wind, and the wind is usually a factor here at McKechnie. And it can only help you when you go to places like Chicago and learn how to play windy outfields. Nate McLeod down with the Orioles telling me that if you can master the outfield at McKechnie Field in spring, you can play anywhere.
We used to see a lot of fun out at Candlestick, too. That would be a fun wind to play around with at times.
And that place was cold even in July. Winter hats and gloves in July in San Francisco. Not so much anymore where the ballpark is now. Dickerson fouls it back.
We went out to play them in the playoffs in '71 in October. It was the most gorgeous weather you could imagine. The night games, July, hot dog wrappers swirling around, people in their coats and blankets. Standard stuff for the Giants fans.
Unusually different weather. Maybe not unusually different, but just a little different weather in terms of temperature during this spring training as opposed to a number of others. Just not the sunshine.
It's been a crappy month.
Okay. I was trying to be nice.
We're paying a lot of good money to have really good weather.
That's right. But temperatures have been in the 60s and 70s more than the 80s.
Close, but no cigar. Yeah, and a lot better weather than a lot of people were struggling with up north. Sure.
Still in the mid-30s, I understand, in Pittsburgh today.
Yeah, and a lot of stuff coming across the middle part of the country, too. That Storm Virgil, I think it's named, causing a lot of problems.
2-2 to Dickerson, and Hughes is ready to go. The pitch. Full count, so the runners will take off with this pitch. Bridie at second, and Ishikawa the runner at first.
So we'll not complain about the weather.
Nope.
It's been okay. Just we've been spoiled here.
Payoff pitch coming.
And they're off.
And he got it. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Jared Hughes. Orioles leave 2. Go to the bottom of the 4th. 9-4 Birds. Part of the new addition here at McKechnie Field, out on the boardwalk. Bottom of the 4th, 9-4. Barrel Automotive League leaders stat. Look at the active career leaders in zone rating at shortstop. And right there, number 3, John McDonald on the list, 853. A-Rod, Brendan Ryan, Cesar Estouras, and Clint Barmas on the list as well. So the Pirates have 2 of the top 5 in zone rating. Barrel Automotive, we're driven to be better. Last time up, McDonald saw just 1 pitch before he flied to right field. A recent acquisition. Yeah, a veteran infielder, swing and a miss. And wearing number 80 is something new for him. He was asked about that because he had typically been wearing number 16 or number 6. And I think he had the right answer, Steve. He said, as long as there's a major league uniform with your name on it hanging in your locker.
Yep, get that logo on it.
You're all right. The 0-2 pitch. This one is popped up, Flaherty there. And there's one out for the Pirates in the 4th.
Well, you go back to the top of the 4th. Nice job by Jared Hughes pitching around that error. And not that it's a big deal, but error, base hit, and he gets 2 outs and leaves the runners there. You know, that's a good field. You've got a guy that you know is coming out of the bullpen. He's going to have situations like that where you're going to have runners around him. Leave him there. Plus.
Michael McHenry 0 for 1. Grounded to short in the 2nd inning. Takes a breaking ball for a strike.
By the way, there is activity in the Pirate bullpen. When are they going to get a theme song for that when a guy comes in under the boardwalk? You know, that's where they warm up. That's where the bullpens are. So far, there's been nothing spilled on them out of the boardwalk over top.
Toward the left center field gap. That's going to get down. Dickerson sliding, cuts it off. Throwing to second base. Head first slide, beats the throw. The 4th, Michael McHenry with a double.
Caught the gap, got the outfielder on the ground, and decided to take 90 more feet. Flashing that quickness.
It's the 5th extra base hit for the Pirates this afternoon. And McHenry in scoring position with 1 out.
You really don't get an appreciation for the speed that they're showing you, but he gets the break with the slide in the outfield. There he turns it on. There's the different gear. Sorry, Michael, I couldn't help myself.
He's got neutral, forward, and backwards. Those are his gears.
He did a good forward there. He's a young man to root for, Michael McHenry.
Marte's 0 for 1 with a walk.
They say pitchers are sneaky fast. Michael's sneaky fast.
Sneaky fast with the wheels. He expects to get a lot of time behind the plate. Michael got a visit to the real Fort McHenry last year when the Pirates played the Orioles in interleague play. Got to actually raise the flag in the morning, and kind of a big deal. Of course, McHenry, his name spelled a little differently than the real Fort McHenry. But the Fort was nicknamed that by Bob Walk because of his defensive ability.
Holding the fort.
2-2 to Marte. Brian Mattis was sent to AAA last year on the 1st of July, was brought back a little while later and put in the bullpen for the Orioles. And that pitch looked way up high, and Marte strikes out looking.
Number 2 for Mattis.
Let's get a look at where it was.
That
right there.
Gray area. I can't believe that the Pirates are going to get many calls from Chad Fairchild.
Well, Mattis gets the strikeout. That's his second punch out of the ball game. He got Alvarez in the 1st inning. Lucas May. It was 1 for 2 with a run scored. May entered the game for Russell Martin, who was thrown out in the 1st inning.
Complete lack of respect for the speed of Michael McHenry. Nobody near him. He can get another 20-foot lead.
That is up the middle in a base hit. And the speedy McHenry around 3rd. He'll score, and May's got an RBI.
Go, Lucas.
9-5.
Hey, 2 for 2. Thank you very much. And the perfect base hit for Michael McHenry to score on. Ground ball, decently hit, but hopping and bopping along, getting himself out to the outfield and giving Michael McHenry plenty of time to get around. Right there. Meandering to center field.
Well, I'm going to put the brakes on eventually. Good for him. Here's McCutchen. 2 for 2. 2-run home run. A double and a run scored. Can he pull the trigger on another one?
Well, his swing is probably going to be in that mode we did see for those 2 months when his timing was so good he could afford to overswing because he was on everything. And that's when you just go from your heels, and it's different when you're struggling going from your heels. You're all over the place, but he was on it, so he could accelerate the swing, make it even go harder and faster.
That's just a bit out in front of that off-speed pitch. Mattis took something off it. Came in at 81.
Well, that's what you got to do. And you don't want to fool around when he's locked in like this with a lot of fastballs. You're going to get hurt.
2 down on the 1-1 pitch to McCutchen.
Another off speed.
McCutchen last year was more patient at the plate too. Not only did he have a lot more success producing runs, but got on base more, waiting for those walks that were eventually going to come. And in July, he was walked a number of times. The teams just didn't want him to be the one to beat him. Shot down to third. Betemeet there. They get the force at second. But the Bucks pick up a run on 2 hits. They'll leave him in. We'll head to the 5th. It's 9-5 Baltimore. Sunday Night Classics continues as we relive Max Talbot quieting the fans of Philly during the Pens 2009 playoffs. Hear from Talbot, Sidney Crosby, Bill Guerin, Doc Emmerich, and Mark Madden as they share their memories from this unforgettable game. Sunday Night Classics, Penguins 2009 playoffs, round 1, game 6 tonight after Penguins postgame on Root Sports. I thought that was Jason Grilli with a black eye.
Yeah, that same hairdo.
There it is. You know, maybe they were separated at birth. If you did a split screen with Max Talbot right there and Jason Grilli.
Late to the barbershop. Well, candidates. Here's another one. Ryan Reed has had an extremely good spring. He has worked a total of 8 innings, given up 2 hits. He's walked a batter and struck out 7. He'll work here in the top of the 5th. Hughes goes a scoreless inning, giving up a hit, 2 strikeouts.
And Casilla drops down a bunt, but it's foul. We saw Ryan work a couple of nights ago in Sarasota, and I know We're kind of impressed with his delivery. He's got a little bit of an odd
little hitch.
release.
Yeah, it releases the hand out of the glove. Just one more thing for the hitters to deal with. And it really looks good when you're effective, when you're getting outs. When you're not getting outs, okay, it's a little kind of a funky thing, but now that you combine that with getting outs, okay, looks pretty good. It's a weapon.
Reached 27. He's out of Portland, Maine. Has been with Tampa Bay his entire career, but not in the major leagues.
Good fastball on the inside corner.
Last year in Durham in AAA, went 6-3 in 46 appearances. Had 3 starts for the Bulls last year. Alexei Casilla waits for the 0-2. A high chopper, and this is going to be a tough play. That's an infield hit for Casilla. And he's going to take second. Well, McDonald did not have a good handle on the baseball.
I think he tried to hold up on a throw too late. Just had committed too far and just couldn't hold on to it. And then it hits off the runner and bounces into right field.
So that'll be a base hit and an error on the throw by McDonald.
He just didn't have a real good grip on it. And it bounces far enough away to get him to second base.
Well, McDonald, fellow Connecticut guy like yourself, went to East Lyme High School there, and now lives in Scituate, Massachusetts, but stayed in New England. Born in New London, Connecticut.
On the Navy base, submarines, atomic nuclear submarines.
1-0 to Flaherty, swing and a miss. Let's take a look at this delivery, Steve.
What is hard to see from there is how early he takes the throwing hand with the ball out of the glove. It's just a personal quirk.
One and two now to Flaherty. Let's reverse the angle.
And then he takes it far enough back, he might be able to see it in front of him and then in back of him, so then you got to wait for it to come into the front again. So anything you can do to visualize getting the hitters' heads, get them off kilter a little bit with their timing.
Well, number to the left side, and McDonald's going to have to hurry the throw. Gets it there.
There you see John McDonald, what he can do. He made a very, very awkward play. A lot of English on the ball, and then a quick release and get it over to first base. So the good ones can make the tough ones look easy, and he did right there. That above average play. It doesn't look like it, it just is. You see that rhythm, that flow when he's receiving the ball and releasing the ball. It's in one motion, kind of fluid.
Well, 1 out. The Pirates will bring the infield in with a runner at third. Try to cut him down. Nolan Reimold, the designated hitter, is 0 for 3. Reached on an error and scored a run in the first inning. He was struck out and grounded out. And he takes a strike from Reed.
Well, you wonder about the candidacy of any of these guys that are trying to get either under the rotation or a spot in the bullpen. He has done nothing to diminish his stock, trying to get the ball inside, tie up the batter so he can't get it out of the infield. Very good spring training numbers.
Reed pitched collegiately at James Madison. He's out of Deering High School in Portland, Maine. There's a chopper up the middle. That's a base hit. Run will come in.
Got the ground ball, found the hole.
So double digits on the board now for Baltimore. 10-5. Casilla has scored for the second time in the game. RBI for Nolan Reimold.
Not much you can do. Bring the infield in, cut the ball off, look for the ground ball. They get it, finds a hole.
Reimold driving in the 10th Baltimore run this afternoon. This will bring up Wilson Betemit. Throw to first and Reimold back. So 10 runs, 11 hits for the Orioles. 5 runs on 9 hits for the Pirates. Number that's different on the line score. 4 errors for the Pirates this afternoon. Benavides takes a strike. 0-1. Benavides 2-run double in the first. That was the biggest hit of the game until Dickerson's grand slam later in the inning. Ball and 1 strike. The lights have been on here all day. Overcast skies. A little breezy. Pretty pleasant day to sit here at the ballpark. Newly refurbished McKechnie Field.
I wasn't sure we were going to play when I woke up this morning. Foggy, overcast, dismal looking morning, but got to be playable.
Benavides fouls it off. Well, people watching up north are saying, too bad.
You don't want to hear about it.
Too bad. You had a dismal morning. It's going to be time to pack up pretty soon. Head back that way. 1-2 to Benavides. Whoa. Chin music knocked him down.
Just in case you weren't paying attention, just get your attention. I'm just trying to make sure the facial expression, I hope it didn't hit me. A little different swing. It always is a little different swing after you have a ball come that close to you. That was a lot of arms. Of course, it was an off-speed pitch. It always makes a difference.
A 1-out runner at first is Reimold. 2-ball, 2-strike pitch coming. Here it is. Popped up shallow center out. Walker in. McCutchen falls in between them for a base hit. And Benavides has his second hit. He's 2 for 4. Third hit of the inning off of Reed.
All things going the way of the Baltimore Orioles today.
Well, it looks like he lost the bat.
Yep.
He couldn't find it. He's got just a splinter in his hand. Wanted to know where the rest of it went.
Our crowd, Mike.
That's where it went. Jason Pridey up there. Double and a run score. He's also reached in an error. Ping pongs one into the Pirate dugout. Clint Hurdle hoping to have the regulars play a long way today. He said most of them are going to play deep into the ball game. So some might even play the whole game. And that's what you want to do toward the end of spring training. Get your guys playing not only deep into games, but playing back-to-back days. Get used to the grind of the season that's coming up. Pirates will have an off day on Friday. It'll be a workout day, actually, at PNC Park. And then the exhibition game in Altoona Saturday afternoon at 2. Then an off day, then opening day, then an off day.
Workout on Sunday afternoon, I believe I heard.
Here comes the 2-1 to Pridey. 3 balls and a strike. So the schedule a little choppy as you head into opening day. But then when you get into game 2, it's straight through until you come back from Arizona with an off day before the home stand beginning with Cincinnati on the 12th. Three-one pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
You get the idea that the Pirates would like to have Ryan Reed go more than 1 inning. Nothing happened in the bullpen, even though he is laboring here in the top of the 5th. Throwing a lot of pitches.
Reed stretch and the pitch. Ray Searage. Now that would be considered a phone here. Just they use the walkie-talkies in spring training. Mike Zagurski, the left-hander, up and throwing.
Another candidate, although he has hurt himself the last couple of outings. He was lights out for the early part of the month of March, but like Clint Hurdle was saying, that ball fouled away as they were running the ebb and flow of a spring training. But if you are a candidate, boy, you want to do as much as you can to run the table for the month of March. Then you can say, well, I did all I could. Ryan Reed has done that up until this inning where he's laboring a good bit. He has been squeaky clean with his numbers. If he indeed was a candidate coming into spring training up until today, didn't do anything to hurt himself.
Reed looks Reimold back to second. Reimold the runner at second base. Betemit at first. One man out and one man in this inning. It's a 10-5 lead for Baltimore. Payoff pitch. Down to first. Sanchez plays the hop. He'll step on the bag, take the out there. So 2 gone. Both runners move up. Reimold to third. And Betemit over to second base. As we've been talking about, a week from tomorrow, the wait is almost over. Your 2013 Pirates hit the field at PNC Park to take on the Cubs in their first game of the regular season. Don't miss any of the opening day action. April 1st, beginning at 12:30 on Root Sports. Opening day always special, and there's always special activities on opening day. Great ceremonies. A couple of seasons ago, Steve, you're a big part of that.
Opening day is great for everybody, the players, the fans. A.J. Burnett gets the bell for the Pirates. That's always an honor.
Pitch to Lou Ford. It's a strike.
And Ryan Reed has a chance to get out of this mess, as it's turned out to be in the top of the 5th.
Oh, 1. And Ford pops this one up. Shallow left center. Here comes McCutcheon. He'll make the catch. A run comes in. 3 hits and an error. And halfway home in Bradenton. 10-5 Baltimore.
Pittsburgh Pirates spring training on Root Sports is brought to you by Barrel Automotive. We're driven to be better. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go, Bucks!
Back at McKechnie Field in Bradenton, Florida with Steve Blass. I'm Tim Neverett. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Watching Pirates baseball with us. 10-5 Baltimore, mostly on the strength of an 8-run top of the first. Chris Dickerson, a grand slam in that inning. But the Pirates starting to get some hits of their own. Andrew McCutchen, a 2-run home run. A few doubles in the game. Gabby Sanchez, who leads off this inning, is already 2 for 2. Dickerson has done well with the bat today. Well, Luis Ayala takes over for Brian Mattis.
We've seen
gone the first 4.
It's the third time we've seen Luis Ayala. 2 scores, 4 innings, giving up 5 runs on 9 hits. Walks, 2 strikeouts.
So the veteran right-hander Luis Ayala takes over for Baltimore. Gabby Sanchez will stand in. It'll be Sanchez, Alvarez, and Walker. The Pirates trying to trim this Baltimore lead. And Gabby shows bunt. Well, third baseman Bedamit playing back, and Gabby Sanchez trying to put the ball down in his direction.
Kind of an awkward kind of look as he put the batter on there. I don't think he's done a lot of bunting.
He's not necessarily the kind of prototypical guy you would see leading off an inning with a bunt base hit. And this one pulled towards short. Casilla throws him out, 1 out. Alvarez coming to the plate. Alvarez, his first home run of the spring. JetBlue Park. Pedro lost that one. It's home run number 1. Good to see that stroke back. Hopefully we see another. Well, the Orioles will shift on Pedro, playing Casilla directly up the middle behind the second base bag. Bedamit's got the left side of the infield to himself. And Flaherty out on the grass in right field, the second baseman. 0-1 to Pedro. Struck out, grounded out. He swings, chops this one foul, and he's in the hole 0-2. While we have a second, we want to wish a very happy 71st birthday to big Bucko fan Joe Surkoch.
Yeah. Christine's dad?
Yes.
All right, Christine. Thanks for the heads up and happy birthday, big man.
Yeah, Chris is the one who plans all the on-field activities and plans Pirate Fest and does a lot of great work. So Joe, happy birthday. One ball and 2 strikes to Pedro. Ball and 2 strikes to Alvarez. That's outside, 2-2.
I understand there was a birthday celebrated by a member of our broadcast crew, last week?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Tim.
29 again.
Good to go around, isn't it?
Yep. Going backwards. I always try to hide that from you during spring training. The last couple of years, it's come on an off day.
Just gets better and better.
2-2. And Pedro now full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ayala's payoff pitch to Pedro. Oh, he chased one outside and he strikes out.
Ball 4. He takes it. Yep, he didn't. Not a great day for Pedro. A couple of strikeouts. He's 0 for 3 and a critical error in the first inning.
Pedro gets a seat with 2 men out. And Neil Walker bats left-handed for the first time. He batted right-handed twice against the lefty Brian Mattis. Now turns around here. He's 1 for 2 with a run batted in. And if you joined us late, the news of the day, Jeff Karstens scratched several hours before his scheduled start with discomfort in his right shoulder. It's the second time he's had an injury this spring or some sort of problem. He had biceps tendonitis, and on the 19th of February, shortly after pitchers and catchers reported, he was shut down then, came back and had been working his way back, not only throwing live BP, but pitching in minor league games at Pirate City. And his last outing was Monday when he went 4 innings, throwing 50 pitches. He'll be reevaluated at a later date. And as of right now, he is not on the disabled list, although prior to the game, General Manager Neil Huntington said that it is likely he could go on.
Well, when you say reevaluated at a future date, it's not saying, well, he'll miss a couple days or he's scheduled a pitch next week or at later date. Usually is an indicator that the door that's open there is going to last a while.
Neil fighting off Luis Ayala. So Karsten scratched and on the shelf for it to be a determined amount of time.
I'd rather see it be a couple days.
And questions remain about the starting rotation. How will it fill out?
Yep. Well, yeah, and you're looking at the last week of spring training. I mean, there's a lot of phone stuff going on with general managers. Might be a sense of urgency when you get a significant injury. You know, everybody's been speculating how busy the phone lines have been for the Yankees with what they've been going through in spring training. Well, there's a lot of it for everybody. So try to solidify that roster you're going to take north. The active roster, the DL.
Walker to the right side, gloved by Ishikawa. And he steps on the bag for the out. We come back, we'll meet Dave Jauss, Major League Coach with the Buccos. That's coming up when we return to Bradenton. (10-5) Baltimore. We go to the top of the 6th inning. New left-hander on for the Bucs, Mike Zagurski. We'll get to him and his numbers here momentarily, but Zagurski will take over for the Pirates to face Baltimore in the 6th inning. And very happy to have with us Dave Jauss. He's getting a hand down there with his headset. And Dave, welcome to the telecast today. Good to talk to you, first of all. Secondly, give the folks an idea about your role with the ball club.
Well, we have it's official that you get 7 coaches in for every club this year. And so between Branson and myself, one of us will be the 7th coach in the dugout, and one of us will be either working in the cage or be an eye in the sky as a quality control coach.
Now, when you work as an eye in the sky, during the game, you're in street clothes in the press box. What are some of the things you're looking for?
Well, just so you know, eye in the sky can also be in a dugout. A different perspective of looking, and what you do is you take the whole game into account, very similar to what the manager does, but the manager also has to put on all the plays and pitching changes, where as an eye in the sky, you look in all areas and see how you can better prepare for the next game and even the next workout, and what to attack so that you're better set to win the next day.
When you're not in the dugout, when you're upstairs, can you convey stuff that could be used during that night's game?
Well, that has not been set up yet. I know that people have done that. I haven't when I've been in parks. When I brought in my advance report when I was advancing or as an extra coach, I haven't done it during the game, so I don't know if it'll be like the NFL. But you know what? As much information as staff can take, and they can at the right time pass it on to players so that they're better off the next day, no matter who they're facing or just for themselves. That's what's key for everybody to be able to develop and get better each day.
Have you been able to get your feet on the ground during the month of March and get squared away with everybody?
Well, I know everybody, which is great, and it's a great staff and a great clubhouse to get to know, as you guys know when you walk through. So that makes it so much easier. That certain situations aren't as easy as this one, as far as to get to know people and to be a working situation and a group togetherness that is already in place here.
You got a look at the coaching staff there, and a couple of the spring training guys that help out in the back, Kent Tekulve and Bill Verdon. They won't be in uniform during the regular season, but it's got to be nice to be able to do what you do, Dave. I know that you've had a number of different roles in baseball, including some managerial roles in the Dominican and also in the minor leagues. But you've been involved in Major League Baseball for a long time.
Yeah, I've been very, very blessed to have this opportunity to, as my wife says, put on a uniform and go to the yard for my profession, where most people have to work, like yourselves and my wife raising kids. So I take it seriously. I work real hard, but I do know that I'm very fortunate.
You've been in a lot of spring trainings situations. There hasn't seemed to be a lot of drama this month of March, and I guess that can be a good thing.
It is a very good thing, and if the two things that happen, if you concentrate on the work, and that's what I was saying to you before we got on the air, today's a great day to talk about what happened before 12 o'clock or after the first inning. But before 12 o'clock, it was a heck of a day today. We had some great base running drills. We had a tremendous infield outfield. Our batting practices stayed consistent. We had really good work on bunting on the backfield, the half field with everybody, including Gabby. That's the reason Gabby took a shot last inning to try to put their reliever in a bind while we're down. And so when you do those things, when you concentrate on work, and then also to be health free, it allows drama not to occur.
And yeah, I guess it never changes from Little League on up to the big leagues. Repetition of fundamentals. Day in and pound it and pound it and pound it until the season starts, and then keep pounding it.
You're exactly right. Two nights ago, I got to see my youngest boy, who's a 16-year-old sophomore in high school, throw a complete game in Naples. I drove down there to see that game, and the reason that he threw a complete game is he threw strikes, and the defense played really well behind him. That's no difference in high school, in the minor leagues, in Dominican, or right here in March, or in PNC starting on April 1st.
Complete game. My goodness, is that fun?
It is really fun. You understand those, Steve.
Yeah, it's great. Well, congratulations to your boy.
Well, Dave's done a little bit of this managing in the Dominican. He said, but he did these interviews in Spanish, and they give him the questions ahead of time.
Yeah.
All right.
Every manager in the game would take that deal where you get the questions beforehand rather than the ones afterwards. So that's the reason I did it in the Dominican. I enjoy understanding the language, but it really does help when I say, yes, I'll do it in Spanish. Give me the questions beforehand, and so now all of a sudden you formulate your answers, and it's pretty good.
Were you in the capital or in Santiago?
This past season I was in San Pedro, and that was the first time. Right, 4 other years I was in the capital with Licey. Last year I had Felix P.A., who's had a very good spring training for us, and I had Stolmy Pimentel, who was then at that time with the Red Sox before we made the trade with Hanrahan to get him over here, and he had a very good spring training too.
How about Marte's season over the winter?
He beat us a few times. He keeps talking about the slider he hit with 2 strikes to right field, and he had a real good season down there, and showed that he's brought it into spring training and shows that he's going to be a mainstay in this club for a long time, and be ready for us this spring and starting in April.
Is the Dominican level of baseball still at a high level?
Tremendous. Out of the four Caribbean leagues, it's the best league talent-wise. And it's still great because you get A-ball and AA players playing, and then we had to face Manny Ramirez and Miguel Tejada and Bartolo Colon and Carlos Santana and all those guys game in, game out. So it's quite a experience and a development situation for coaches, for general managers, for players, for trainers, for whoever's there, heck, fans too. Really,
it's always been at a high level. I played there 1,000 years ago against the Alus and Marichal and all those guys, and they had Licey, Escogido, San Pedro, and Santiago back in those days, and it was a really good level of baseball.
Well, I've been with some other clubs and had some interesting Octobers in New York City and Boston, and still not too much has come close to Santo Domingo and Santiago, or even Caracas and Valencia when I was in Venezuela. But I expect it to be that way in October in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm. Good idea. Good thought.
All right. Well, Dave, you've got something in common with the Bucs general manager. You guys attended the same college, not at the same time.
He's a lot younger.
You got just a couple years on him.
Yes.
Amherst College in Amherst, Massachusetts.
Yes, I had an opportunity to go there and play some basketball and baseball, and got to know a lot of people and learn a lot, and got into coaching at a young age, and I value that opportunity.
Dave, thanks, and appreciate the time.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
All right, Dave Jauss, one of the Buccos coaches, joining us here. Mike Zagurski doesn't give up a run. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. The easiest way to make sure you get tickets to all of your favorite matchups and promotional games is with a Pirate 10-game ticket plan. Choose from 3 pre-selected plans that include all of the biggest games. Enjoy the year-long benefits, including early access to PNC Park, ticket exchange privileges, bonus games, and more. To get your 10-game plan, call 1-800-BUY-BUCKS or visit Pirates.com. Bit of a breezy day in Bradenton today. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning with Steve Blass. I'm Tim Neverett. Glad you're along with us. Travis Snyder will lead off. There's an old-looking jersey, huh?
Yeah.
Brought his glove, though. He's ready. He looks ready. Snyder stepping in as well, trying to get on base. Troy Patton, the left-hander, on for the Orioles. A lot of changes for the Orioles. Wholesale changes for Buck Showalter's crew. And the 0-1 pitch to Snyder. Swung on, and this is looped to left center field. That ball's going to get down for a hit. Leadoff single for Snyder. That's a good start. Adam Greenberg is the new center fielder. Of course, Lou Ford came in for Trayvon Robinson earlier. He's still in left field. Connor Jackson is in right. And there's the new pitcher, Troy Patton, the third pitcher used by Buck Showalter this afternoon.
Scoreless inning for Luis Ayala. Strikeout.
John McDonald takes low ball one. Buck Showalter, skipper of the Orioles. Had a very nice season last year. McDonald base hit to left. McDonald is 1 for 3. Back-to-back base hits for the Pirates to lead off the bottom of the 6th.
This little soft serve out of the reach of the third baseman. Pirates get 2 runners on, nobody out here in the 6th inning. Action.
Two on, nobody out for the Fort. Mike McHenry, and Michael hit a gap double into left center field. So the veteran McDonald gets his first base hit today. Takes a strike. Snyder off of second base. McDonald off of first. Nobody out. Oh, 2.
Good runaway fastball. Left-hander turning the ball over from the right-hand batter. At the right-hand batter, picking up the strike.
Overcast day here in Southwest Florida on the Gulf Coast.
Part of the upgrades, those palm trees in back of the grandstand on the right field line, along with all the other stuff they've done. No lack of action on the boardwalk, especially over by the Tiki Bar today.
That's been a popular spot this spring.
Oh, yeah.
This is a common sight now at McKechnie Field where you see everybody standing up along the railing. There are shelves to put your beverages and food on, and those high chairs. And of course, the 60-seat bar behind it. It's got some flat screen TVs. Strike 3.
Fastball running away. Apparently picked up the outside corner, according to Mr. Fairchild.
That gets the strikeout.
Not running away, running in. That kind of backdoor breaking ball. It broke in enough, but according to the home plate umpire, it did.
Starling Marte without a hit this afternoon. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. Chops this one foul wide to third. Right about time for Marte to get a hit.
And he can make interesting things interesting. Run into something here with the wind blowing out. You don't have to get all of it today.
Andrew McCutchen took advantage of that in the first inning with a 2-run bomb over the canopy, way up into the trees. Marte to right field. Got it pretty well. Baseball's going back, but the ballpark's going to hold it. Snyder will tag and head to third. Marte is out. And there are now 2 gone.
Almost.
Lucas May will come up. Lucas May pressed into duty after Russell Martin was ejected in the top of the first inning. Didn't like that call. It was called the ball by Chad Fairchild. And Clint Hurdle came out. By that shot, it looked like Hurdle was thrown out. Martin was at least a dozen feet away. And Hurdle trying to protect his catcher. But it is quite rare to see a player, especially a catcher, thrown out of a spring training game. But that happened here today, in the top of the first. You said, Steve, it had been how long since you'd seen a manager thrown out here?
Well, I thought we had seen Hurdle thrown out, but, well, 1975 was when I saw Danny Murtaugh get thrown out.
Yeah, it's not common. And May through the hole on the left side. That's a base hit. Another Bucco run. Lucas May has had himself a day. 3 hits and now 2 runs bounded in.
We were talking about that. You know, you get thrown into a situation, you're going to be in the minor leagues. You know that. You're here for backup insurance, safety net, whatever, and you have yourself a good day. Taking advantage of the opportunity. Make them remember your name.
Now 10-6 after the base hit by May. And that will bring up Andrew McCutchen, who has hit the ball hard 3 times. He's got 2 hits to show for it, a 2-run home run and a double.
And another lefty to face. Andrew has that interesting setup. He'll put the bat directly on his shoulder and then kind of lift it in plenty of time, obviously, to make the swing. But his setup right there.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Patton. In for a strike call. 1-1. Well, McCutchen could make this a 1-run game with 1 swing of the bat. Runners off first and second. Now it's 2-1. If you're Patton, you need to be somewhat careful here with Andrew McCutchen. After seeing what he's been able to do with the baseball today.
Kind of rare to see a Patton being careful, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Full steam ahead.
And Andrew was going after it there. 2-2.
High fastball. Tempting. The pitcher wins that one.
You come back with that if you're the pitcher, or do you?
I'm not sure what you do against Andrew McCutchen. I might go back downstairs. Hits it hard. It's on the ground.
This is a little
Close.
bit up.
Yep.
So a 3-2 pitch coming up. Runners will take off with Patton's delivery. Might have got a call there. Here comes the payoff to McCutchen. Watch out. That is a rocket shot.
You know, the thing about Andrews, June and July, we were talking about how hot he was, and he could really even swing harder and faster. And that's great while you're in that streak, but no streak lasts forever. So later on, you know, when he wasn't that hot, that really aggressive full throttle swing, I think got him in trouble at times because you get used to it while you're hot, but that streak can't last forever, and it's hard to adjust back down.
Here comes the payoff pitch. Tapped it foul, came with the off-speed offering. First hit for McCutchen today in the bottom of the first inning. He lost this one in the trees. 2-run home run. And then a scoreboard double.
That one got out there in a hurry.
And now a chance to bring in another Pirate run or more. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's Patton's pitch. Outside ball 4, and the bases are full of Bucks with 2 down. Pitcher trots down to first base. May over to second. McDonald down to third. And the tying run is at the plate. Who'd have thought that after an 8-run top of the first inning? don't know if you'll see that, but on a day like today, kind of a crazy game.
What'd you say earlier? If you tuned in late, you probably did the right thing.
Hopefully right now is a good time to tune in, see if Gabby Sanchez can get something done with the bat. It was 8-2 after 1. 10 runs scored in the first inning.
Just a base hit here would be very, very welcome.
Ball 1 to Gabby. Sanchez has 2 hits today, including a run batted in. Single, double. He's grounded out to short. Bottom of the 6th. 2 men out. Bases full. 10-6 Orioles. 12 hits apiece. And Sanchez pops this one out of play. Foul ball.
Might want to score 5 here in the bottom of the 6th inning because we've got a threatening sky right now.
The reports are there are storms in the area. But not over McKechnie Field yet. 1 ball, 1 strike pitch coming to Gabby.
Pull the string on that breaking ball. Dropped it in nicely. It's like that Casey at the bat. Fans reacting after every call.
1-2 to Sanchez. Bases full of buckos. 2 men out. And Gabby fouls it off again. Trey Patton's had plenty of work against the Buccos this spring. This was the 3rd game he has appeared in against the Pirates. Now the 1-2. Inside. Count even. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Now it gets interesting. Does he get the fastball to work with, or make a gutsy call and call for the breaking ball? No, it could lead to a full count.
A little bit of precipitation now starting to come down. John McDonald at third base. Sanchez at the plate. And that's in the dirt. And we'll have another payoff pitch coming from Troy Patton. So again, McDonald trying to get around.
Got to be looking for the fastball here. Gabby's got to be looking for the heat.
May the runner at second, McCutcheon at first. Left-hander Troy Patton with a big pitch coming up. The payoff to Sanchez. Runners go. And Gabby hits one off the glove and into the outfield for a base hit. McDonald will score. Here comes Lucas May to score.
What a good bat for Gabby Sanchez, and that ball either got a piece of the pitcher or hit off the mound because the second baseman, I think it's still Flaherty, was moving over towards second base to make that play. It deflected off him, went in the opposite direction, and now the Pirates are within 2, and Buck Showalter is going to make a move.
Just caught part of Troy Patton's glove as he turned around, deflected it away from the second baseman, Buck Britton. Moving on a 3-2 pitch, May able to get around easily for that second run. So Patton is all done. Gabby Sanchez chases him. He represents the tying run. It's 10-8 in the bottom of the 6th. Day Automotive brings us a look at this day in baseball history. On this date, 1973, the Indians trade catcher Ray Fosse to the A's for outfielder George Hendrick and catcher Dave Duncan. Thanks to Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. The weather might not make your day right now as the rain is starting to fall and continuing to fall at McKechnie Field. Pirates trying to come back. And Jake Pettit, over from minor league camp with the Orioles, is now on to work. Another left-hander. He'll face Pedro Alvarez with a tying run aboard. And Alvarez hammers it deep to center field. This ball is going, and this ball is off the glove of the center fielder Greenberg. McCutchen scores. Around third with the tying run is Sanchez. It's 10-10. El Toro gets them both in.
How about that? We might get that fifth run. They shut it down. The Pirates get the win. How about that? Pedro got a lot of it. Didn't quite get enough to get it over the fence, but even with Greenberg coming close to making this catch, the Pirates get even. Amazing.
RBI 6 and 7 of the spring for Alvarez.
Getting that close to making the catch. But now a closer look, he didn't. Well, he got a piece of the glove on it.
Well, the go-ahead run standing at second base, and Walker trying to get him in. This is the ninth man to bat in the sixth. So the Orioles batted around in the first. They sent 12 men up, scored 8 runs. Pirates have 5 runs here in the bottom of the sixth, and Walker the ninth man to come up. Pitch inside. Now we saw Mike Zagurski pitch last inning.
He departed.
And he is out in the bullpen still throwing. He went back out there to throw some more. One thing you'll see in spring training. You won't see during the regular season.
He said not his day was done.
Alvarez off second base. Walker 1 for 3 with a run batted in today. 2-1 now to Neal. 10 runs on 12 hits for Baltimore, 10 runs on 14 hits for the Pirates. And despite 4 errors by the Buccos, they have tied this game at 10.
You're out hitting the Birds.
2-1, Jake Pettit's pitch. And Walker, a high bouncer to short. Newman Romero will throw him out. And the Pirates will strand one. But 5 runs come in. Pedro Alvarez drives in 2 of them. It's 10-10 after 6. Sanchez and Andrew McCutchen getting an early exit from this one as we go to the 7th inning. Sanchez with a 2-run base hit. McCutcheon walked and scored, but McCutcheon with a couple of RBIs in this ball game. Root Sports charity auction happens every summer, and these are the winners of the spring training trip and the fishing trip. Who's that guy? There he is. It's Kurt Kazak with a Spanish mackerel, and Brady Nelson, Captain Brady Nelson from Bass & Bay Charters here in Bradenton, helping out yesterday. Had a great day on the water. And Kirk and Mark and Paul, all from Robert Morris. Paul played basketball at Robert Morris back in the 80s. He was pretty happy with what RMU did against Kentucky recently. Talked about that. And for those guys, it was their first fishing trip. And they said they're giving up golf, Steve.
No motion sickness?
No,
seasickness?
nothing like that. They brought Dramamine, and I laughed at them. What'd you bring that for? It's not like you're going out in the ocean. Just in the Gulf of Mexico. But caught a shark yesterday. Caught a shark.
Big white? Great white?
Black tip. Zagurski out of the bullpen and back in there for a second inning of work. Connor Jackson thrown out by Josh Harrison. But the one nice thing about the trip, Kurt Kazak, the winner, said that he's going to bid on the trip again next year. He had so much fun. Jeremy Farrell is at third base for the Pirates. Jordy Mercer is in at short. Just saw Josh Harrison at second base.
Got a new first baseman.
And Jets, Jeff Larish is at first base. There's Josh. There's Jeff.
Yeah, that's interesting. Mike Zagurski, scoreless 6, goes out to warm up again. Rather lengthy inning. Comes back in. I was thinking maybe he could have got the win and the save if we got another run.
Maybe. Felix Pie, the new left fielder. And Alex Presley's in center. Travis Snyder remaining on and right. And Brandon Waring is at the plate for Baltimore. And speaking of charity auctions, Root Sports charity auctions, Tuesday night they'll have their charity auction for the Penguins.
Okay.
And then I know we'll have some great prizes this summer. Great things to bid on. A charity auction is great. Very well done. Raises a lot of money for Pirates charities.
Feels like our producer this afternoon is Alfred Hitchcock with all the birds on the gulls, seagulls.
Looks like Bodega Bay out here.
Yeah. Wow. This is
strike 3 call, and Waring's gone.
Right there, inside corner. Zagurski really was lights out until the last couple of outings.
Well, one of the Seagulls and Travis Snyder were playing right field. Zagurski's pitch to Steve Pearce, former Bucko. Steve had an interesting year last year, to say the least. Was in spring training with the Twins. Didn't make it out of spring training. Ended up with the Yankees in AAA. Then with Baltimore, with the stop in Houston in between. And back with Baltimore. Actually started at least one game, maybe two, against the Pirates as a first baseman for the Astros. He had a nomadic existence last year. 2 balls and 1 strike to Pearce. Pearce also started for the Orioles against the Pirates in June in interleague play. And he swings and hits this one high and deep to left field, and Pearce has untied this ball game with a home run. A towering shot to left by Steve Pearce. It's 11-10.
Out onto the roof of the Boys and Girls Club.
That's the 6th home run of spring training for Pierce, his 14th RBI. Third home run of the game, 2nd for Baltimore.
Probably had enough on its own, and then with the wind still blowing out comfortably over the fence.
Over the boardwalk. Second baseman Buck Britton. One ball and no strikes. So you got rain and seagulls to deal with if you're in the field today. A lot of obstacles.
All they got to do is get about 3 boxes of popcorn, unload them by those empty seats down the right field line, and you'll be rid of them.
So the games usually end around this time, so I think their clocks are a little fouled up.
This is their happy hour. Look up pigeons and seagulls, flying rats.
Yeah, that's right. Here's the 3-0 coming. And that's in for a strike. 3 balls and a strike to Buck Britton. Batting in the 7th inning of an 11-10 game. Pirates came all the way back in the 6th to tie it. Here's ball 4, 2-out walk. Well, we look at the guys in the field now that have taken over for the regulars. Positions left to be decided on the infield. Who will be the extra infielder on the bench? John McDonald has been added to the 40-man roster. Brandon Inge, who is a non-roster invite. Josh Harrison, Jordy Mercer. These are guys all in contention. Outfielders, Felix Pia's had a good spring.
Yeah, he's played himself into the thing, being a candidate.
And in the rotation, the last couple of outings for Jonathan Sanchez have been very good.
Against these very Baltimore Orioles last time we saw them over in Sarasota.
New pitcher, minor leaguer coming in, David Bromberg. We'll introduce you to Mr. Bromberg in a moment when we return to Bradenton.
Presented by authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Well, welcome back to McKechnie Field with Steve Blass and Bobby Inchmakowski. I'm Tim Neverett. Glad you guys are along watching Pirates spring training baseball. And David Bromberg, former farmhand for the Minnesota Twins. He's out of Los Angeles. He gets to throw the ball now with 2 outs in the top half of the 7th inning. Bromberg, Santa Ana Junior College, facing Lou Ford, with Buck Britton, the runner at first base. The minor league players, guys from minor league camp, are distinctive because of the high black socks. No names on the back of their jerseys. And the strike is delivered, 1-1.
We're probably going to see a lot of them the rest of this contest.
Well, as we get down toward the end of spring training, you do see a few more, but regulars starting April 1st will be playing every day. 1-1. And Ford hits a towering fly ball down the left field line. PA hoping it comes back in play, but it just misses the top of the wall.
The lounge area down there they've put with their own canopies, and that ball almost got in among the folks.
Bromberg had 3 stops in the minors last year. 2 appearances in the Gulf Coast with the Twins Gulf Coast team. And Double-A New Britain in the Eastern League, Rochester in the National League. And this went to the right field corner. Long run for Snyder. He's going to make the catch. And that will retire the side. 1 run on the home run by Steve Pierce that unknots it. Stretch time in Florida, 11-10 Orioles. Don't miss live music at PNC Park this season. Fan Jam kicks off June 1st with Kool and the Gang, and Blues Traveler will bring PNC Park to their feet. June 15th, Iron City Beer presents Sky Blast, powered by Zambelli Fireworks. August 31st, featuring Third Eye Blind and Neon Trees, September 21st. For tickets, visit pirates.com/concerts. Marty the Marauder. He's getting a little bit wet down there in the rain. Chad Fairchild, home plate umpire.
Wasn't there another Marty the Marauder? Starling Marty?
Starling, no, that's Marte.
Yeah, well, he was here.
He was here. He was here for a bit. But, rain's been not too hard, but present for the last inning or so. We are expecting some thunderstorms in the area. Bottom of the 7th, Pirates down by a run. And it was an 8-run top of the first inning for Baltimore that set the tone for this game, but the Pirates stayed right in it, kept coming back. Finally tied it up in the bottom of the 6th. Steve Pierce home run to left field in the top of the 7th, untied it at 11-10. Now Snyder trying to lay a bunt down to start the inning. Remember, Dave Jauss was telling us prior to the game they had a lot of bunting drills today, among other things.
Busy Sunday morning.
And that is why he said Gabby Sanchez tried to lay down a bunt. Maybe the same thing for Snyder here.
He's evolved into a 1-run game.
Travis Snyder 1 for 1. Takes up high.
We are used to having significant time of game numbers in the month of March. This might eclipse most of them, all of them.
Getting close to the 3-hour mark around the 7th inning.
You guys are taking a plane up to Pittsburgh. I'm driving a car, and I'm going to make a little detour on the way to Pittsburgh and stop in Durham, North Carolina.
You are.
My old friend Tom Butters, who pitched for the Pirates briefly and then became the athletic director at Duke. I always think about him this time of year. He was the head of the Final Four committee, March Madness, back in the day. So I'm going to stop up and see he and Lynn. Had the distinction of hiring Coach K. And
That's
then
right.
Also,
That's
Steve
a pretty
Spurrier.
good hire.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't at first. It was not popular.
Turned out all right.
It worked out all right. He also hired Spurrier. And so, Tom's a good friend. Pitched for the Buccos in the early 60s. Great friend.
3-1 to Travis Snyder. And Pettit delivers. And Snyder pops it up left side. This ball will... Well, it was going out of play.
It's that kind of day. Everybody's having trouble catching the baseball. Yeah, that guy right there.
Must be slick. Hard to catch a wet baseball.
But they're hanging in. This has been a long one. It's not over yet. They're hanging in there.
3-2 foul ball. Hey, you might want to push your dinner plans back a little.
Yep.
(3-2) and Snyder stays alive, fouling it into the dirt. Snyder could be the opening day right fielder. A lot of folks expect that to be the case. Look at Snyder, Tabata. Will there be another outfielder? And he pops this one up to center field. Adam Greenberg trying to settle under it. He's got it for the out. One gone for the Bucks in the 7th. Fans, watch for your chance to enter to win 2 tickets to the Pens game against the Sabres April 2nd when you tune in to Sunday Night Classics. Look for the key word to enter to win while you relive the Pens and Flyers in Game 6 of the 2009 playoffs. Watch and win on Sunday Night Classics tonight after Pens postgame on Root Sports. Pens and Flyers tonight. Consol Energy Center, and stay tuned to Root Sports following, and you'll see that great game from 2009. Round 1 against the Flyers, Game 6. Jordy Mercer, 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out, base is empty. And Pettit's pitch. Fouled off to the right.
We're talking about these seagulls. I think that every family that has ever come to Florida for vacation has in the family album a picture of their kids throwing some bread or crackers up to the seagulls. It's kind of a ritual. And we've got one in our house. But, that's kind of a common thing.
Mercer chases that pitch and strikes out. 2 gone. These guys are getting a shower. Out there behind the shortstop, Newman Romero. They've taken their place in the field today. Michael McHenry, the designated hitter. He was not in the lineup originally. Jeff Karstens was going to hit 9th, then was scratched. LaRue was put in the lineup and in the 9 spot. And before the game, Clint Hurdle decided to give McHenry some at-bats today and went with the DH instead. Normally at this time of spring training, the Pirates are going without a DH because they're trying to get their pitchers prepared for the regular season. So it's not that uncommon to see one team in spring training using a designated hitter and another team having the pitcher hit, as was to be the case today, but it ended up where both teams used the DH. 2-1 to McHenry. But that was not even a thought when you were in spring training, Steve. You got all the swings.
That's right.
2-1, and McHenry belts this one deep to left field. And back for it is Ford, and Lou Ford on the track makes the catch. Pirates gone in order. We'll head to the 8th. The 11-10 Baltimore.
Spring break.
It's a wet day here on the Gulf Coast. 11-10 Baltimore. Go to the top of the 8th inning. As far as pitching goes, locks for the rotation at this point in time. A.J. Burnett, James McDonald, Wandy Rodriguez. Still in the running, Jenmar Gomez, Jeff Locke, Kyle McPherson. McPherson will pitch tomorrow night, his final tune-up, or his final audition, I guess. Jonathan Sanchez has pitched well. Last couple of outings, a non-roster invite. Vin Mazzaro.
Still on the list.
Yep, guys coming up in the future. Garrett Cole, who's back in minor league camp. Phil Irwin has impressed. Jeff Karstens when he comes back from injury. Francisco Liriano and Charlie Morton. Two guys expected to join the starting rotation at some point in time. Liriano coming off a broken arm. He's been throwing bullpens. And for Charlie Morton, live BP coming off of Tommy John surgery. Newman Romero, the shortstop, facing David Bromberg here in the 8th inning. An umbrella is something you need today here in Bradenton.
Still a day at the ballpark.
0-2. That's right at Jordy Mercer for the out. The lineup, and there's one gone for Baltimore in the 8th. Again, it expects to be Burnett, Rodriguez, and then J-Mac. Ground ball to Harrison. And the catcher, Luis Martinez, he's out. 2 gone quickly. And the Pirates do not need an extra starter until the 7th of April against the Dodgers. Because of the off day after opening day. They get an extra day's rest for A.J. Burnett, so he'll get a second start.
And also, you wonder what the trickle-down effect from the candidates for the 4th and 5th spot affect the bullpen.
Adam Greenberg at the plate. No balls and 1 strike.
So say if McPherson makes it, does Locke go into the bullpen? If Locke makes it, does McPherson go into the bullpen? Is Sanchez a candidate for a bullpen?
And Greenberg bounces to Harrison. Almost the first, and he got him.
We're rolling now. We're rolling.
1, 2, 3 go the Orioles. On the bottom of the 8th, and we come back. 11-10 Baltimore. Bottom of the 8th. Pirates and the Birds, their last meeting of spring training. Get ready for the Buccos 2013 season on a special edition of Inside Pirates Baseball. Jay Bell returns to the Pirates. Jason Grilli attacks his new role. James McDonald looks to recapture his form from early last season and much more. Inside Pirates Baseball 2013 season preview presented by Allegheny Sports Medicine today after Pirates postgame on Root Sports. Now checking out the Birds, I think. Trying to stay dry anyway. We'll pet it. We'll pitch to Felix Pie, the former Oriole, to start the bottom half of the 8th inning. 11 runs, 13 hits for Baltimore, and 10 runs and 14 hits for the Pirates today.
So we use that expression every once in a while. PA has been a person of interest since arriving at the camp. He has not looked back. He's been very, very good from game one.
Playing in a steady rain right now. PA will take a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the 1-1, and PA lifts this one in the air down the left field side. Lou Ford gets under it and make the catch. And PA is gone. 1 down for the Buccos. Well, you look out in center field for the Orioles. Adam Greenberg. Interesting story surrounding this young man. Remember last year he had 1 at bat. Signed by the Miami Marlins. Got a 1-day contract. Had an at bat for the Marlins. Struck out on 3 pitches. And why did he get that contract? Well, in his only plate appearance for the Cubs, he was struck in the head by a pitch on the first pitch of his only plate appearance. And he never saw the field. So there was an online petition, and the Marlins ended up signing him. And this year he agreed to a minor league contract back in baseball as a professional. Well, Chad Fairchild has said enough is enough for right now. And we're not sure how much longer this rain will go, but we're in the bottom of the 8th inning. It is an official game, and of course a spring training game. They're not going to wait as long as they would a regular season game to make a decision whether or not to continue. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back and have some more from rainy McKechnie Field in Bradenton. Umpire and crew, Pirates dugout visiting with Clint Hurdle. They had already visited with Buck Showalter. And Buck doesn't seem to be going anywhere. You see John Russell over there on the right, former Bucco skipper. Now the bench coach with the Orioles. Tarp's coming on. Tell you what happened so far in this ballgame. It's been a crazy one here today. In the first inning, the very top of the first inning, Chris LaRue was touched up for 8 runs. A grand slam by Chris Dickerson opened up the scoring at that point. But Andrew McCutchen will get the Bucks on the board in the bottom of the first inning. A 2-run shot that cleared everything but the trees in left field. In the sixth inning, the Pirates would battle back as Lucas May, who came in for the ejected Russell Martin in the first inning, had 3 hits. Gabby Sanchez, a deflection off of Troy Patton. That would be a 2-run single. And then Pedro Alvarez got 2 more in with a wall double to center field. Pirates have put 5 runs up there and tied it at 10. But Steve Pearce off Mike Zagurski, a towering shot, light tower power for Steve Pearce out into the parking lot of the Boys and Girls Club, and made it 11-10. And that is where we are right now, other than the fact we're in a rain delay, but kind of a fun game in one way and a crazy game in another.
Yeah, and I don't know what you can take out of this as a Pirate fan, other than the fact you love watching Andrew McCutchen do what he did the first 2 at-bats. And that's kind of reaching when you look at the overall ball game. A lot of the other excitement pregame with all the discussion about the Pirate rotation, what it's going to be now that Carson appears to be out of the picture. So it's one of those games, and now at this point you just want it to be over, to be quite honest. Chris LaRue didn't really do anything to take notice of in that first inning. So, yeah, and the Pirates kicked the ball around. So really, you're really searching to take positives out of this thing other than Andrew's work.
We were talking about the starting rotation just a little while ago, Steve, and again, Burnett, McDonald, Rodriguez. But guys still coming up. Garrett Cole, at some point, a lot of people expect him to be in a Pirate uniform this year.
Well, the 2 guys at the bottom of the right-hand chart, Liriano's going, when he's right, he will jump into the rotation. When Charlie Morton is right, you would expect there's a legitimate probability that Charlie would jump right in. In the running, the middle category, we don't see everybody every game, and you don't see them work over at Pirate City. You don't know what the Pirate management has in mind, but I don't think Jonathan Sanchez has done anything to hurt himself the last 2 or 3 outings. So they have a potential for him and he's been a legitimate Major League starter.
So this is April 1st at PNC Park, 1:35 opening day, and then a day off, and then 3rd and 4th, and out on the road right away to the West Coast, the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks. Then a nice long homestand coming up in mid-April. Cincinnati, St. Louis for 3, and the Atlanta Braves for 4, before taking off and ending the month in Philadelphia and St. Louis. 4 with the Phillies, and then 3 with the Cardinals wrapped around the weekend, and that road trip will continue into early May in Milwaukee. So a long homestand followed by a long road trip, and as soon as the tarp went on, the grounds crew was ordered to take it off. It looks like there's going to be a break where this game can continue.
You know, Tim, you also talk about maybe perhaps the not the need for a 5th starter early on, but after that road trip, that first road trip, the Pirates played some 20-some games in 20-some, almost a game a day without an off day for a significant amount of time.
One of the other interesting things that happened in this game was in the first inning, not just the runs scored and errors committed by the Pirates, but Russell Martin, the Bucks catcher, getting ejected by home plate umpire Chad Fairchild. Didn't like that pitch. Now he's being talked to, perhaps warned there. And it looked right there like Clint Hurdle was the one being thrown out because Martin was out of the picture. But it was actually Russell Martin who was about 12 feet or so away barking at Fairchild, and Fairchild had heard enough.
Yeah, it's not vision. It's audio at that point. He could have heard Russell and back of him. Just happened to be facing Clint, but it was the catcher that was going.
So Russell Martin ejected early, but what does that do? I mean, what kind of positive can you get out of this, knowing that you got a veteran catcher, a multiple-time All-Star, sticking up for his pitcher in the first inning of a spring training game that seemed to be getting away?
Well, Clint made the point. He has passion. He cares about it, even though it's a spring training game. Yeah, you want to, as a catcher, those are your guys. That whole pitching staff, those are your guys, and anything you can show them that you're in their corner, rooting for them. Spring training game, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So LaRue will remember that. There's some little subtle gestures that become positives. So yeah, Russell Martin was thrown out of the game, but the message was sent by Russell to his man on the mound.
Well, while we're waiting for the grounds crew to get the tarp up, let's go down into a drier area of McKechnie Field underneath the boardwalk. Under the boardwalk, literally, is Robbie Innsmukowski. Robbie?
I am. There's very few feet here that are covered, and I am lucky enough to be in one just outside the bullpen here down the right field line. You talk about Russell Martin getting tossed in the first inning of a spring training game. Dan Duquette, the general manager of the Baltimore Orioles, watched a little bit of the game. He said he's never seen that in all his years of baseball as well. But nonetheless, the Pirates are in a good situation at the catching position with Russell Martin, who was a big free agent acquisition, signed a 2-year contract, and Michael McHenry is a solid backup. So right now, let's get a look at the Pirates and their catching situation. Not only do the Pirates have a deeper starting rotation than they did a year ago, they have a deeper catching tandem to handle them in Russell Martin and Michael McHenry. Martin is a big-ticket free agent after spending the past 2 seasons with the Yankees, and McHenry is coming off a solid 2012 for the Bucks.
I like the fact Michael's got another year of Major League experience on him, basically his first full year. And the fact that you've got a lead dog in front of him that's very giving with information, has been very sharing with thoughts, what he thinks important, the way he goes about his work with the pitchers, getting to know his staff, setting up hitters, all of the above, and the professionalism he brings also to the offensive side of the ball, that never take your bat behind the plate, never take your glove in when you go in the batter's box.
The two never knew each other before this offseason, but they have quickly established a good rapport.
I think more as a teammate. I mean, when my number's called, I'll be ready, and vice versa with him. I mean, we're just going to try to help each other out as much as possible, whether it's in the batting cage or, in the backfield. We're just going to try to make each other as good as we can be, the best professional every single day that we can be, and try to help this ball club win as many games as possible.
It's hard not to like a guy like Mac. His work ethic. I mean, he works so hard, and he's just the type of guy that will just grind it out, and he's just got that mentality that he's going to work and he's going to get better. And he's been nothing but good to me. We kind of just work. If I see something defensively or he sees something about me, we're not afraid to talk to each other and communicate. And we've really helped each other in a short period of time.
If you ask anyone about Russell Martin, one of the first things you'd hear is how well he handles a pitching staff.
Well, he's got a great resume to start out with, and then just coming to the staff, he's got some great guys, CC and AJ, and he's got some Cy Young type guys. So just coming to the staff brings a lot of knowledge, a lot of wisdom to the younger guys, and I think he's going to get the ball rolling with pitch calling and holding runners and everything. So I think he brings a lot to the table.
Russell's got very good feel for the game. Plus, he's handled some dynamic staffs where he's handled good pitchers. He's handled different bullpen closers, whether all the different types. And the volume of experience, I think it puts him in a very good place to be a very good leader on the field in the clubhouse with us.
The key is just working with that pitcher, is understanding the pitcher, what his strengths are, what his weaknesses are. And, when it comes to going in the game, you obviously want to build a game plan with that pitcher, depending on what his strengths and weaknesses are.
However you look at the catching position this season, there's a confidence there that this duo brings a lot to the club.
Mike's a quick study. He's a good learner. Russell's a very good teammate, and I think we're catching Russell at the right time, and I think Michael's going to have a lot of growth and pick up a lot from him as well.
So certainly in a good position, the Pirates are behind the plate when you look at the defensive aspect, what Russell Martin brings to the plate, and also on the offensive end. And it's always a good situation. And Tim and Steve, as we go back up to you guys in the booth, what kind of benefit does that bring to a ball club knowing you don't have to worry about a position that's that deep?
Well, it lends solidity. You know what Martin can do. You know what McHenry has done in this scenario with the ball club. And Martin coming in as a stranger to the organization, and McHenry being there to kind of say, okay, this is the way that was, or this is what happens over here. So he kind of eases the groundwork for Russell to get comfortable in this whole scenario and with a new organization. So not only can Michael McHenry handle the job behind the plate and in game situations, but he becomes a good partner to Russell Martin, who's joining the ball club for the first time, and kind of eases the way for him to ease into the whole scenario. So it's good because they can both play. It's not just the fact that Michael McHenry might be a good guy and can get the job done in emergency. He's better than that. He's not in that category. He's several notches above that. So it's good to have a good catching tandem, and there have been some good ones with the Pittsburgh Pirates over the years, going all the way back to Smokey Burgess and Hal Smith and those kind of things. I know we had Milt May and Manny Sanguillen. There's been LaValliere and Slaught, and the whole thing. Steve Nicosia, and other catchers. So they're kind of a foundation for a ball club, because they deal with 11 or 12 guys, and the manager deals with everybody, but the next guy that deals with the most people are the catchers. And I think it's a good fit. I think it's an excellent fit.
And there's Spanky, Mike LaValliere, talking with Dave Jauss and Jeff Bannister, and Bradenton resident, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Been down here for 26 years.
A lot of the former Pirates in the area. Mike LaValliere, Donnie Robinson, Bruce Keeson, Milt May, as we mentioned. Saw former trainer Tony Barterum today being interviewed by Greg Brown. So, yeah, well, we've been here so many years, and it's such a great area. It really is. It's become a home to some of these guys.
Well, coming up after this game, Pirates post-game. Kent Tekulve will be sticking around, and Paul Alexander will be with them. They'll be breaking down this one, taking a look at this ball game today. That is made for a long afternoon. And, Sunday Night Classics tonight. After the Penguins and Flyers, it's go back to 2009, Game 6 of Round 1 of the playoffs. What a game that was. Max Talbot, one of the key figures in that one, so that's coming up after Pens Flyers tonight. So make sure you keep it right here all day on Root Sports.
Yeah, as long as we finish up before face-off.
Well, I don't know if that's going to be the case. We're pushing face-off right now.
Yeah, if you tie it up and go 15 or 16. Well, it doesn't happen in spring training. If you don't get it in 9 and you don't get it done in 10, they shut it down. The Orioles have 3 ties and we have 1.
We're just talking about the catching Lucas May, who was thrust into action when Russell Martin was ejected today. He's had himself a pretty good day. 3 for 3, 3 base hits with 2 runs batted in, and he's scored twice. 3 for 4, I beg your pardon.
15-20 minute delay, and we're back at it.
And the pitch on the way to May from Jake Pettit. Looks like Pettit will be the guy to finish up for Baltimore. No action in their pen at all. Pirates have a right-hander starting to loosen. 2 balls and no strikes. Bottom of the 8th. 1 man out and the bases are empty. Bucks down by a run. And the 3-ball no strike pitch misses, and May is aboard, so the tying run is on. 16-minute rain delay, and we're back at it. Felix Pie, by the way, made the first out of the inning flying to left field. That was a little while ago.
Well, if the Pirates can do something in these last 2 innings to win this ball game, you don't often win one when you give up 13 hits, 11 runs, and commit 4 errors. But stranger things have happened.
Presley
got a piece up.
Tried to back out of the way, but it clipped his jersey, and he's aboard. So 2 on and 1 out. Breaking ball didn't break enough. So Jeff Larish will get his first at bat.
Second number 80 we've seen today. John McDonald wearing number 80. But his name was on top of that 8 and 0.
Presley, first pitch. Talking to an old teammate there and Steve Pierce.
Assuming that was Rick Adair, pitching coach, out to talk to Mr. Pettit.
Pettit stretch, 2 on, 1 out. Pitch coming to Jeff Larish. It's outside for a ball. Now Larish had been with the Oakland Athletics and the Detroit Tigers. Spent time in the big leagues there. And the last 2 years in AAA. Once with the Iron Pigs of Lehigh Valley, That's the Phillies. That was 2011. And then last year with the Pirates in Indianapolis. Hit 182 with the Bucks there. 181 at bats at 61 games. He's out of Arizona State. Big cut there, and it's 1-2. Larish made his big league debut in 08 with the Tigers. Appeared in 42 games, hit 260. 2 home runs that year. He had 4 home runs the next year with the Tigers, appearing in 32 games. 1-2 to Larish. And also was with the Tigers in 2010. Just played 3 games there before being sent over to Oakland. Hit 175 with the A's in 24 games before spending the remainder of the season in AAA Sacramento. There's the 1-2 to Larish from Pettit. And this one is going to be caught by Russ Kanzler. 2 outs.
I have to say he didn't get a lot of that one, but almost had a little placement situation going.
Sounded like he hit it with a wet newspaper.
It's possible right now.
Jeremy Farrell. Ground ball towards short, and it is booted by Newman, and the bases will be loaded. An error by Newman Romero.
Come on, J-Head.
And now the Pirates not only have the tying run at third, but the go-ahead run in scoring position.
I was thinking it might have been a little traffic situation, but the runner was already past him and just kicked it.
Well, they're going to call that a base hit. Josh Harrison.
Well, we all know the scenario. A base hit here gets you 2 runs, and we might save a half an inning.
That would be nice.
Get him out in the ninth and get out of here. Josh, a lot of people rooting for you right now, buddy.
And Harrison takes inside. Now, with the signing of McDonald, how do you think that affects Josh Harrison?
Well, I'm sure it doesn't excite him. I mean, there's professional respect, that's for sure, but Josh is trying to win a spot on this ball club.
Josh had 3 home runs last season, 233 his average. 2 outs, bases full, 2-0 pitch coming. And he takes it for a strike, 2-1.
Well, you know that the Pirates didn't sign John McDonald to send him to AAA, so that's a done deal. That takes up one of those spots, and it affects Josh Harrison and the other candidates, not just Josh.
And Harrison fouls this one off for strike 2. Harrison had an exciting walk-off hit on Mother's Day last year against the Houston Astros. Mom happened to be right there in the stands, Mom Bonita.
We can have an exciting walk-off on Joe Sirkoch's birthday. Do it today.
2-2. And Harrison, a little tapper toward third base. Kanzler throws, and he just got him. A bang-bang play at first base, and the Pirates leave them loaded. We are headed to the ninth in rainy Bradenton.
Back here at McKechnie Field, we've got a barn burner going on and also a cool story going on at the bar down in the right field line in the new Fan Plaza area. A lady named Lynn Wabi is a bartender here at McKechnie Field. She was born October 13th, 1960, the day that Bill Mazeroski hit the walk-off World Series winning home run for the Pittsburgh Pirates. She's a lifelong resident of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She was born at Oakland Hospital, just a couple miles down the road from Forbes Field. Been a lifelong Pirates fan, just been living in Bradenton for the past 4 years, and she had a chance last week to meet Bill Mazeroski for the first ever time, and we've got the proof for you, her driver's license. And as the story goes, Tim and Bill, she tells us, I haven't seen her birth certificate, so I can't confirm this, but that she was born at 3:36 p.m., the exact minute when Bill Mazeroski hit that home run. And the other thing about the story is that her father didn't know about when his wife, her father would not know when his wife was going to have the baby. So he went to Game 7 and he ended up missing the birth of his daughter. So while she was born, the exact moment when Maz hit the home run, her father was at the game, and it did not affect their relationship in any way, shape, or form. They were as close as any father and daughter would be, but a pretty cool story nonetheless.
Yeah, that's a neat story.
The proof, the documentation.
Yeah, that's great.
And apparently Dad was one of the 2.5 million people that were at Forbes that day.
That's right.
But they've got proof.
Yep. Yeah. Talked to somebody the other day who said he was there. You just never know.
Yeah. You know? And I've met a lot of people who said they weren't.
The capacity of that stadium has expanded over the years.
Yeah.
Russ Kanzler, third baseman, 0-1 to count. Facing David Bromberg in the top half of the 9th inning. That is a neat story, though. And Bromberg's pitch popped up foul and out of play. And briefly, while we were away, just for a moment, the sun came out here.
Well, you kidding me?
The sun came out, and yep, it was met with great applause.
And then went away.
0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So the Buccos are on the road tomorrow night. They will go down the road about an hour or so to Port Charlotte. That's south of Bradenton. Take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Kyle McPherson will pitch against Matt Moore in that one.
Could be an important game for Mr. McPherson.
That game's on radio only tomorrow night. This is our final spring training telecast. And then Tuesday in Dunedin against the Blue Jays.
The check-writing Blue Jays. They have spent some money in the offseason. Be interesting in that division to see what the Orioles do after winning 93 games last year. You wonder if it's a one-season situation.
Sinking line drive gets past Presley, and Kanzler's going to run. Picked up by PA. And Kanzler is in safely at second base.
Should be a hit and an error number 5. Or they might rule it a double. At this point in this ball game, I'm sure. Alex got caught in between the bounce. I guess they're going to call it a double.
Base hit, maybe. Still haven't had any clarification on that. Connor Jackson pops this one up to the right side. And Snyder there to make the play. It looks like it's just going to be a hit, Steve, because they haven't posted an error.
Got to be a double. It was going to be a hit anyway. Dropping down in front of Alex.
Brandon Waring at the plate with 1 out, runner at second. And a marathon day here at McKechnie Field. Pitch is outside. Lucas Mays had himself a long day behind the plate.
I was just thinking the same thing. He didn't expect to be this busy.
Well, he's gone the route. With the exception of a few hitters in the first. Martin was ejected. 1-0. From back, 1 ball and 1 strike. So we told you It's the Rays in Port Charlotte tomorrow night. Final night game of spring training. And then Dunedin Tuesday afternoon. Here, final home game, if you will, at McKechnie Field on Wednesday against the Minnesota Twins. And then Thursday in Tampa against the Yankees. And then it's on the charter back to Pittsburgh right after the game. Pirates with one more tune-up before the season will begin, and that'll be in Altoona against the Curve on Saturday. 2 o'clock start. Hopefully you're heading out there. We understand it's going to be quite a crowd, quite an experience there. 2-1. That's foul tipped in and out of the glove of May. John Wayner and I will be taking that trip to Altoona for a radio call of that one. And then following that, right back here on Root Sports, opening day. Jeff Samardzija for the Cubs, A.J. Burnett for the Buccos, and they start playing for keeps.
Almost picked up the inside corner. Talking about Jeff Samardzija getting the start, and Matt Garza certainly to take nothing away from him. He's had a fine major league career, but Jeff Samardzija got our attention in that game he pitched against the Pirates at PNC Park. As dominant as you could possibly be.
3-2. There's the off-speed pitch. Waring swings through it and strikes out. The 2 men gone for the Orioles in the ninth.
You got to be looking for something else here. It's a high-hanging breaking ball. Maybe it's just too bad. It was a bad enough pitch. Wasn't a little bit bad. It was a lot bad. Upstairs. Hard to reach up there and get it when you're surprised like that.
It wasn't too bad. It was 10 bad.
Yep. Bad enough.
Steve Pearce 1 for 1 with a home run. Right now sitting on the game-winning RBI if the Pirates can't come back. And Pearce into left field for a base hit. That's going to get another run around. It's 12-10.
And you get an idea. Every spring we talk about Steve Pearce. It seems like for the last bunch of years, he is capable of so much and has not performed as well as he would have liked at the major league level, but everybody gives him a chance. I mean, you just like what you see with the way he swings the bat, especially. He plays a very solid defensive first base, and he's gotten a lot of opportunities. Just haven't been quite able to cash him in, but chance after chance.
14 hits in spring training now and 37 at bats for Pearce. So he's hitting near 350
with power.
Buck Britton, second baseman, takes on the inside part of the plate for a strike. Well, very shortly, teams will be trimming down their rosters to 25. Pirates still have a few more days to do it. Really have until opening day. But the indication is that they hope to have it done before opening day.
And of course, the other concern this last week of spring training is make sure that the people you are taking with you are healthy. Somebody gets hurt, a significant member of your 25-man team gets hurt this last week, it really creates a lot of chaos.
2-1 to Britton. Britton walked his first time up in the 7th. 15 hits apiece. Orioles and Pirates, final meeting of the spring. After playing just a couple of nights ago in Sarasota to a scoreless tie in 10 innings. Today, runs aren't a problem.
No.
22 combined.
You talk about opening day on April Fool's Day, April 1st. Years and years ago, a lot of years ago, on April 1st, we thought it was an April Fool's joke. The trade, Tony Pena for Mike Dunn, Mike LaValliere, and Andy Van Slyke. No, you guys, you're kidding me. And it was real. April Fool's Day, April 1st.
Britton, hot shot down to Harrison. He throws him out. Last wraps for the Buccos. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Pirates now down by a pair of runs. Classics continues as we relive Max Talbot quieting the fans of Philly during the Pens 2009 playoffs. Here from Talbot, Sidney Crosby, Bill Guerin, Doc Emmerich, and Mark Madden as they share their memories from this unforgettable game. Sunday Night Classics, Penguins 2009 playoffs, round 1, game 6 tonight after Penguins postgame on Root Sports.
You have to be here to believe it.
Well, it's Snyder to lead off. And he has a base hit and flied out. Well, the Bucks need 2 to continue, 3 to win. Zach Zinicola is the new pitcher for the Orioles. Over from minor league camp. So Zinicola pitching to Snyder. Here comes the 0-1, the big right-hander. And Snyder takes low, ball 1. 1-1 is the count to Snyder. Pirates trying to find a way. They came back once, tied the game at 10 after giving up 8 in the first. Managed to come back from that. The Bucks were battling today, but it's been a former Bucko, Steve Pearce, who untied the game with a home run and then added insurance with an RBI single in the ninth. Jordy Mercer on deck. And Pearce, one of the Orioles' leading hitters in spring training. Did he go? Yes, he did, and he is out. One down now in the bottom of the ninth.
You get the idea that Travis knew it, and then they got the appeal to verify it. Confirmation. Now that's borderline 50-50, but in this situation, on this day, at this time of the afternoon, that's going to be rung up.
Jordy Mercer. He takes a strike.
Well, this is what you call getting your work in. Getting some at bats, getting some arms out there.
I thought you meant for us.
No, this we whine and cry, but this we shouldn't.
Mercer taps this one towards short. Newman Romero low and dug out by Pearce, and Pirates down to their final out this afternoon. The pitchers of record, in case you're interested, Jake Pettit, minor leaguer for the Orioles, would be in line for his first win. And Mike Zagurski for the Pirates is the pitcher of record to the bat. He would go to 0-2 if the Pirates can't come back here. And Zinicola, who you're looking at, would pick up a save. Felix Pie on deck. And Michael McHenry 1 for 4 this afternoon, a double and a run scored back in the 4th inning.
Well, we thought when we started with the wind blowing straight out, it might be a rather offensive day, and it was in so many categories. $22 runs, 30 hits, 4 errors.
Busy day for the scoreboard operator, too. 2 outs, nobody on. 1 ball, 1 strike is Nicola's pitch. And McHenry will take a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Michael McHenry. 6,529 watched this one today. A number of them left during the rainstorm. And the 1-2. And McHenry fouls it back. Pirates down to their final strike. Next time you see the Bucks on TV live, it'll be April 1st, opening day. There's still a few more games to handle down here, as we've been telling you about, as spring training gets set to wrap up.
We have the same setup here. You and I have the TV side,
right.
Mr. Walk and Mr. Brown over there on the radio side. Opening day, week from tomorrow.
Just working on our opening day assignments today. Just working on some stuff.
Yeah.
2-2. Now the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes to McHenry. McFort trying to keep the Pirates alive. They've still got a pulse, but yeah, I think they're ready to go to the parking lot.
Hey, the game's not over. Stay in the play.
They haven't lost any of the passion, the enthusiasm.
Bob's got a new hat.
The spark. Yeah, we all do.
In the 3-2 pitch. And this one's up the middle and a base hit. That'll bring the tying run to the plate. Second hit for McHenry.
Not so fast, my friend.
That's right. Well, that's Bob. Bob put the rally cap on.
Yeah. Felix take him deep, and we got ourselves a ball game.
PA's got a couple of home runs this spring. 2 outs, bottom of the 9th, 12-10 Orioles. And McHenry at first. Pitch is high and away. One ball, no strikes to Felix PA. PA, who was playing independent ball at one point before the Braves picked him up last year and put him in AAA. Fouls this pitch off, and it's 1-1.
We make light on some occasions a game like this, but it is very serious business to people who are trying to make these respective ball clubs, the Orioles and the Pirates. Nothing frivolous about this to them. Felix PA, one of them.
PA very deep here in spring training with the Pirates and still hoping to cling to an extra spot. And whether the Pirates bring an extra bat or an extra arm for the first week remains to be seen.
Keeping it pretty close to the vest.
2-1, fouled off, and now a 2-ball, 2-strike count. PA and the Bucks down to their last strike. Fans patiently waiting until the very end of this one. Rally stance, rally capped. Here's the 2-2 to PA. And he's got the base hit. Around second, heading for third is McHenry, and the tying run is aboard in the 9th.
Well, we got the hat bat coming up. Lucas Mays 3 for 3 with a walk. I don't know if the right fielder picked up a ball or a seagull.
Michael almost blew a tire heading around the bag there.
See the flock coming through.
It's running interference. So PA comes through with a base hit down to his final strike. And Lucas May has been on base 4 times. He's 3 for 4. Has 2 RBIs. Facing Zinicola. Zinicola deals him a breaking ball for a strike. Now can the Bucks come back again?
If he hits a double, you're going to see PA flying around there. You might catch Michael.
Pirates down to their final strike as Zinicola's just thrown 2 breaking pitches taken by May. Now way in front, way ahead in the count. It's dealer's choice now for the pitcher. Well, Bob's given up.
Greg's hanging in there. That's strong.
Apparently stance was working for a while, and maybe it'll still work.
he's getting up there. He might just be tired.
0-2. And that's on the outside corner. Called strike 3. Zinicola strikes out May, looking on 3 pitches, and the Pirates strand the tying run in the bottom of the 9th. So Pettit gets the win, Zagurski the loss, and Zinicola the save. We saw a lot of stuff in this one.
We saw a lot of stuff. We saw Andrew McCutchen with 2 good at-bats, and we liked that. There was a lot of stuff we didn't like, but it's done. As we say, I love to say it, everybody got their work in eventually, and on we go tomorrow night.
Well, the Pirates stranded 10 men on base. Orioles 8. 12 runs, 15 hits for Baltimore. 10 runs, 17 hits for the Buccos. That does it for the Pirates and the Orioles this spring, on to take on Tampa Bay tomorrow night. For our entire crew here in Bradenton, Florida, we thank you for watching. For Steve Blass, I am Tim Neverett. We say so long from Bradenton, and we'll see you again on Root Sports opening day at PNC Park. 12-10 the final score. Orioles win it. Stand by. Pirates postgame comes up next.